it really kicks off here because it's done so well. This is Kamal, Bleed. Big tune. Big tune. Yeah, so that Kamal Bleed is the first song that we heard that really had that like distorted cymbal, and it's so good.
Right,
on to the
about
next
now.
one. Yeah, on to the next one.
This is our dear friend Larry Calix. I think my personal favorite tune of his. He's done a bunch of great tracks.
Yeah, Illusions. Poof. Tearing me apart.
Yeah, tearing us apart.
Tearing us apart.
Tearing me apart. Tearing me apart.
But yeah, this one is called True Identity. It was released on Metalheads, and you used to hear this all the time in the clubs. Drum and bass was a little more broken and free and less neuro. I mean, it was neuro and aggro, but it was more broken and rhythmically challenging, I think.
Yeah, there's a new movement right now with interesting rhythmic patterns.
Yeah, but the big tunes all have the snares in the logical places, and that didn't really used to be the case. And it's all good. I mean, it's progress and it's circles, so we'll come back maybe. But anyway, this is a really, really well done broken track, Calix, True Identity. Guess what? Another classic.
There have been multiple occasions where I have declared this my favorite drum and bass track ever.
This is another one.
Yeah. No, I mean this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another occasion. You're right.
Yeah.
But I mean, this episode made me realize that I have a few, a bunch. So, but anyway, this is Edward Optical, The Medicine, in a remix by Matrix. Actually, the original is called The Medicine. I think the remix is just called Medicine. Whatevs. It's a great track.
Yeah, it's one of the best catchy, like, rhythmical hooks. The way the bass line is laid, the way the shakers are laid, and the kick and the snare just do almost nothing, but everything around it just kind of lives. It is beautiful. It is a masterpiece. God bless you, Jamie Quinn. Yeah. I mean, yes. I think this is another one of Martijn's all-time favorite drum and bass tracks. Of mine too. In our Discord, we have been declaring love to Gridlock, old and new Gridlock, and that and a post of an old Matrix tune kind of inspired me to do like, hey, let's do just a whole episode of drum and bass classic. This one couldn't miss out. This is Gridlock with Tricks. Oh, this track always brings me back to the time when the three of us were kind of like, we just bought vinyl and Martijn had bought turntables and we were just mixing for each other. This track is like the one that always brings me back to that era.
Yeah, actually, I think this might have been in the very first DJ mix that I have ever done. It was literally me mixing one record into another, and I was broadcasting over AIM to one person. I think it was someone in America, some like friend of Mayhem's, Shadow Law Recordings. Big up Mayhem for introducing us to a lot of this stuff at the time. But yeah, Be Negative, I later found out is also my blood type. And and it was my favorite record to DJ because I only had like 6 records to play.
Yeah, we had very little records and this was one. Really nice track. Reminiscent of the Stuck in Skynet sound, if you ask me. Really nice. Big up Blacks and Empire, they helped us a lot in our careers as well, both like musically but also business-wise and just as buddies and big brothers for a while. So big up Blacks and Empire.
Who knows this one?
We are entering a little section of respect for Ed Rush and Optical. Yeah, what can you say? Ed Rush and Optical. This one is actually a remix by Rhyme Trilogy of Pac-Man by Ed Rush and Optical. Very, very big track. Used to hear this out all the time when we were still youngins.
Yeah. Let's go get straight into it.
Yep. I just realized that I have another stupid anecdote of where this this track brings me to back in time, especially with you and Nick. Nick, who by the way is on a holiday in Schiermonnikoog.
He loves these tunes as well.
He loves these tunes as well.
Trust me.
He sends his love. But yeah, the Pac-Man Ram Trilogy remix really brings me back to one summer when the three of us were doing data entry. We were entering survey results into a digital system that Martijn's dad was overseeing, and we were making some money on the side.
Yeah.
True story. And we had a lot of drum and bass.
Mostly at Russian Optical.
The
Three of us in there. It was so hot.
Yeah, it was
no air
really hot.
conditioning. We were in an office in the middle of summer.
How old were we? Like 19, 20 or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if Noisy did exist. Yeah, that existed
it was
in high
earlier.
school already. Was it earlier? I don't know. This is a long time ago. Anyway, on to the next one.
Which is probably the biggest track by Russian Optical in my opinion. This is Bacteria, and it's just it captures everything that that is ungraspable for a young producer.
Yeah.
In our time, at least, I don't know what it feels like nowadays, but this sound of the bass line and everything is just magical, I think.
Yeah. Still is. I hope it's still magical to people who've never heard it before in these days. But when we first heard all of these tracks, they were like, "What? How? I can't even. What? How did they? It is so cool."
And they didn't have plugins.
So yeah, Ed Rush and Optical, Bacteria. Virus. The worm break. The worm break still makes me warm.
Yeah, Russian Optical used it a lot on their Wormhole album. Actually, I'm not sure if that was what inspired the title. The track Wormhole uses it as well, I think, and there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Big Up.
Yeah,
it's very funky and aggressive at the same time.
Yeah. So this is Ed Rush and Optical, Fixation. Club classic.
This vibe. Let's not talk for too long.
No.
Stuck in Skynet, Pathogen, vibes.
Vibes.
First died
Oh,
symptomless coma.
Oh my gosh.
yes, the history of superior drummer, addictive drums, snares starts
To watch.
here for me. this particular track, Donny, Symptomless Coma, Current Value remix, still like some of the best snares in drum and bass history, if you ask me. Big up Current Value. So this is 2008, people. 2008.
Hopes can be very optimistic.
Nurse, could you double the benzodiazepine?
Symptomless coma. Symptomless coma.
dear. It is time for Cause for Concern Peep Show. This is maybe the one I listen to the most. It's not the one that is still my favorite, but I think it used to be back then. Yeah, just techno, acid styles in drum and bass. Cause for Concern were really pioneering that for some reason.
Yeah, there's not a lot of drum and bass like this, or at least not anymore.
No, and not before this either. It's unique. Cause for Concern were big influences. Also for me, I think slightly underrated compared to the rest of the giants in drum and bass history. For us, for Noisia, Cause for Concern were very influential. So big up. This is Peep Show on Virus.
Yeah. Conflict.
Yeah.
Kamal, Rob Data. We have had the honor to book Rob Data here in Groningen, which was an absolute pleasure.
Yes.
And this track needs no further explanation.
I don't know, maybe it does. I don't think it is like a general big conflict hit. I think it's very particular to us that we have always singled out this song, this track, The Beckoning. Maybe. Like a lot of people just go straight to Messiah and Bleed, and for us, The Beckoning used to be the biggest conflict track. Here's that worm break again in the cowbell. I think the cowbell is, I think, the worm. Anyway. There's a distorted high-pass lead, and this is something that we always used to do. Distort and high-pass the bass. Conflict, The Beckoning. Yes. So for our FM listeners, this is the last track. Online we are gonna keep things going because there was too much and we just couldn't choose, and we're probably still missing a lot of stuff. But on FM we are strictly radio we're strictly limited to 1 hour, so this is where we cut you off with this track. Thanks for listening. See you guys next week. You will hear us next week. Yeah, so what's this track, Martijn?
This track is Climate by Matrix and Fierce.
Yes.
And it's very outspoken. It has a very outspoken bass line, which is it's not one note.
No. No.
Very strange.
I think we've played this track once or twice before. We have definitely told the story that this is the first single that we ever bought on vinyl. Climate, backed with Tightrope, Matrix and Fierce on Matrix label, Metro. Really nice work. Yeah. Classic.
Bam. And we'll
classic.
be playing the flip later on as well.
Yes. This one was actually suggested in our Discord. This is Dom and Gridlock. So Dom, when he's by himself, he's called Dom and Roland. When he's collabing, he's just Dom. This is Dom and Gridlock. Mood Swings. Yeah, I know a lot of people who are very big fans of this record. Among them is the guy who made the No More Dead Limit sign that we made a shirt of. He was the one that suggested it in the Discord server. I also know that Pendulum's El Hornet is a very big fan of this track. I think the first time I heard it was him playing it. So yes, Dom and Gridlock, Mood Swings. Big tune.
if you're interested in where that vibe in the intro and everything came from, just look up Vertigo, the movie soundtrack on YouTube, I guess.
Yes. The Alfred Hitchcock movie. It's what's the composer's name? He's really famous. It's like Herman something. I forgot. Whoops. Yes, we could not leave this episode without something by Synthetics. They used to be. We used to listen to their stuff a lot.
Yeah, it's Rob Evan Impulse from America.
Merkel.
And on this track they collaborated with Kamal from Conflict. It's Ultraviolet, and it's a very special track as well. As
Yes.
are all these tracks.
Yes.
But yeah, another one.
Yeah,
Really.
and this one is dedicated to our booking agent, Francesco Kakam. Classics keep on coming. I wonder if everyone knows this one. This is
it's a Usual Suspects
yeah.
on Renegade Hardware.
Yeah, this is the flip of. Isn't this the flip of like the Pac-Man remix?
So we already told you that we were going to play the flip side to Climate, which is Tightrope. And that's this track. It's also Matrix and Fierce.
Yes, Matrix and Fierce, yes. And it's so magical.
Yeah.
This intro is so good. And then the bass line. Analyze this bass line. Try and write it out in notes. You will fail. It is just like magic. Complete magic.
So one of the tracks on Wormhole by Ed Russian Optical that also contains a worm
Break.
a worm break is this one. However, this is a broken beat pattern and it has an acid synth. It's called Lifespan, and it's a special request by Nick,
Yes.
who is currently not here, but he sends his regards, as we already told you
Yes.
once
How
before.
could you forget?
Yes.
So Ed Russian Optical, Wormhole, arguably the most important album in drum and bass in our timeline that influenced us. It was so early. This is '98, this whole album, and it is so advanced. So yeah, big up Ed Russian Optical for making that album and this track, Lifespan.
So I recently listened back to a DJ set from DJ Inc. at a Renegade Hardware night in 2004 while me and Nick were visiting London, and we stayed an extra week to visit this party. And he played Block Control for the first time, and we didn't even know he had it. He also played Masochist, and I didn't realize it was they were in the sort of dubplate scene at the same time, Masochist and Block Control. So this is probably my favorite Pendulum tune ever, and it's such a masterpiece with the whole intro and everything, the whole story, the whole soundscape, the whole tension that Rob builds here. Pendulum, Masochist, big tune.
Once we jumped off the boat and into the jungle, we cranked up the volume and marched to our own drummer. Many nasty things could await me. Noise discipline had to be maintained. Sounds carried incredibly far in the jungle. Had it been heard by any bad boys? Suddenly my brain screamed, "Stop!" and my right leg froze in midair. My heart slammed in my throat. The next few seconds took forever. My hands were shaking, and my nervous system was in some kind of shock. Then, silence got blown apart. cranked up the volume and marched to our own drummer. Into the jungle, 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 into the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, how could we not play a Face tune in this mix? This is, still my favorite. It's one of the first, but it's like everything that Face was and still is. It was already in this track, I think. Not that he's not developing, but his crazy mind is still on the same path. Figuring out how to do stuff. And he was doing it back then too. This is Brainwave by Face on Subtitles. A masterpiece, if you ask me. A masterpiece of funk and rhythm and juxtaposition. Yes.
One of the big tunes in our DJ sets for a few years. Not just ours. A lot of people were playing this.
Yeah.
But the hard drum and bass wasn't necessarily the biggest part of the scene at the time.
No. Jump Up was really big when we came up.
Yeah.
And there was still like a good amount of like skull step, and audio came from that scene and went kind of into like more straight neuro, while we were also we came from what was then neurofunk, which was kind of funky, and making that a little more aggressive, and we started meeting each other, so we started playing each other's tunes a lot. This one is Warehouse by Audio, big tune.
Why do you cling to such a pathetic existence? It is hopeless. It is hopeless.
Oh, shoot. By the way, if you're listening and you're wondering when all these tunes are released, we're going to have the dates. For this episode, we're going to have the dates of release, like the year of release, in the track list on SoundCloud, etc.
And now, time for some ruckus. This is Tech Itch, or Technical Itch, the ruckus.
Amen, brother.
You're the boss. Big job, huh? Huh? SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Bring the rockers.
Oh,
Yeah, this is mutated.
yes.
Version X.
There's a bunch of versions of this same song. I don't actually really know the history. Like,
It's Trace mutated, right? And then
yeah, but there were a
fresh remix
bunch
or
of
something?
different remixes by different people, and there was this whole thing about it. But this is slightly before we got on Dogs and Acid and stuff. And I think we just forgot to ask what the story is with this track. And like, I mean, it's Trace, and it has the Trace's version of the Amen, the Trayman. But yeah, I mean, I think there's like a little cultural story about this track that we are actually not aware of. Anyway, this is Bad Company and Trace's version of the mutated track. It's called Mutated Version X, and it's very
it has the jet planed Reese,
yes.
which we were very mesmerized by at the time.
Yeah, we were very much in love with this technique. Also because we were using software and very cheap hardware that couldn't do this effect yet, until Mayhem showed us how to do it in the native instrument contact sampler. Yeah,
Here we go.
here we go.
VIP mutated for 2008 special formula.
This is inhumane.
Enemy attacking SCVs. constructed. Allied space under assault. Allied forces in combat.
We have ended a lot of our DJ sets with this track. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, I used to mix this with our unofficial remix of Masochist. And now I'm playing it again. I picked it up again. I'm playing it with Dead Limit as a final big hardcore rock and roll middle finger. This one or the Scintillas Coma remix. Yeah. It still sounds really angry and really good. Limewax, Agent Orange. Yes.
Ram Trilogy.
Yeah, Ram Trilogy. We used to listen to the Molten Beats album a lot. And what was the other album? Ach. Nee.
Ik weet het niet.
Ram Raiders. It was Ram Raiders.
Nee, toch?
Yes.
Dat was een mix-CD, toch?
Yeah, it was a mix CD, but I used to listen to that a lot. So,
Even in Nederland.
Molten Beats. But I don't have a favorite of that album, and Titan is such a big tune that even though I didn't listen to it that much back then, it is now my favorite Ram Trilogy tune. It's very obvious, but
Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious by Carl Jung, audiobook created by Log, Part 1. Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious. The concept of the collective unconscious, concerning the archetypes with special reference to the anima concept. Archetypes of the collective unconscious. The hypothesis of a collective unconscious belongs to the class of ideas that people at first find strange but soon come to possess and use as familiar conceptions. This has been the case with the concept of the unconscious in general, after the philosophical idea of the unconscious, in the form presented chiefly by Karras and von Hartmann, had gone down under the overwhelming wave of materialism and empiricism, leaving hardly a ripple behind it. It gradually reappeared in the scientific domain of medical psychology. At first, the concept of the unconscious was limited to denoting the state of repressed or forgotten contents. Even with Freud, who makes the unconscious, at least metaphorically, take the stage as the acting subject, it is really nothing but the gathering place of forgotten and repressed contents, and has a functional significance thanks only to these. For Freud, accordingly, the unconscious is of an exclusively personal nature, although he was aware of its archaic and mythological thought forms. A more or less superficial layer of the unconscious is undoubtedly personal. I call it the personal unconscious. But this personal unconscious rests upon a deeper layer, which does not derive from personal experience, and is not a personal acquisition, but is inborn. This deeper layer I call the collective unconscious. I have chosen the term collective because this part of the unconscious is not individual, but universal. In contrast to the personal psyche, it has contents and modes of behavior that are more or less the same everywhere and in all individuals. It is, in other words, identical in all men and thus constitutes a common psychic substrate of a suprapersonal nature which is present in every one of us. Psychic existence can be recognized only by the presence of contents that are capable of consciousness. We can therefore speak of an unconscious only insofar as we are able to demonstrate its contents. The contents of the personal unconscious are chiefly the feeling tone complexes, as they are called. They constitute the personal and private side of psychic life. The contents of the collective unconscious, on the other hand, are known as archetypes. The term archetype occurs as early as Philo-Judaeus, with reference to the imago Dei, God image, in man. It can also be found in Irenaeus, who says, "The creator of the world did not fashion these things directly from himself, but copied them from archetypes outside himself." In the Corpus Hermeticum, God is called to archetypov phos, archetypal light. The term occurs several times in Dionysius the Areopagite, as for instance in De Caelesti Hierarchia, the second, Immaterial Archetypes, and in De Divinis Nominibus, I, 6, Archetypal Stone. The term archetype is not found in St. Augustine, but the idea of it is. Thus in De Diversis Questionibus LX Sketch 3, he speaks of ideae principales, which are themselves not formed, but are contained in the divine understanding. Archetype is an explanatory paraphrase of the Platonic. For our purposes, this term is apposite and helpful because it tells us that so far as the collective unconscious contents are concerned, we are dealing with archaic, or, I would say, primordial types, that is, with universal images that have existed since the remotest times. The term representation collectives, used by Lady Brewer to denote the symbolic figures in the primitive view of the world, could easily be applied to unconscious contents as well, since it means practically the same thing. Primitive tribal lore is concerned with archetypes that have been modified in a special way. They are no longer contents of the unconscious, but have already been changed into conscious formulae taught according to tradition, generally in the form of esoteric teaching. This last is a typical means of expression for the transmission of collective contents originally derived from the unconscious. Another well-known expression of the archetypes is myth and fairy tale. But here too we are dealing with forms that have received a specific stamp and have been handed down for long periods of time. The term archetype thus applies only indirectly to the representations collectives, since it designates only those psychic contents which have not yet been submitted to conscious elaboration and are therefore an immediate datum of psychic experience. In this sense, there is a considerable difference between the archetype and the historical formula that has evolved. Especially on the higher levels of esoteric teaching, the archetypes appear in a form that reveals quite unmistakably the critical and evaluating influence of conscious elaboration. Their immediate manifestation, as we encounter it in dreams and visions, is much more individual, less understandable, and more naive than in myths, for example. The archetype is essentially an unconscious content that is altered by becoming conscious and by being perceived, and it takes its color from the individual consciousness in which it happens to appear. What the word archetype means in the nominal sense is clear enough. Then from its relations with myth, esoteric teaching, and fairy tale. But if we try to establish what an archetype is, psychologically, the matter becomes more complicated. So far, mythologists have always helped themselves out with solar, lunar, meteorological, vegetal, and other ideas of the kind. The fact that myths are first and foremost psychic phenomena that reveal the nature of the soul is something they have absolutely refused to see until now. Primitive man is not much interested in objective explanations of the obvious, but he has an imperative need, or rather, his unconscious psyche has an irresistible urge to assimilate all outer sense experiences to inner psychic events. It is not enough for the primitive to see the sun rise and set. This external observation must at the same time be a psychic happening. The sun in its course must represent the fate of a god or hero who, in the last analysis, dwells nowhere except in the soul of man. All the mythologized processes of nature, such as summer and winter, the phases of the moon, the rainy seasons, and so forth, are in no sense allegories of these objective occurrences. Rather, they are symbolic expressions of the inner, unconscious drama of the psyche which becomes accessible to man's consciousness by way of projection, that is, mirrored in the events of nature. The projection is so fundamental that it has taken several thousand years of civilization to detach it in some measure from its outer object. In the case of astrology, for instance, this age-old scientia intuitiva came to be branded as rank heresy because man had not yet succeeded in making the psychological description of character independent of the stars. Even today, people who still believe in astrology fall almost without exception for the old superstitious assumption of the influence of the stars. And yet, anyone who can calculate a horoscope should know that, since the days of Hipparchus of Alexandria, the spring point has been fixed at Odeg Aries, and that the zodiac on which every horoscope is based is therefore quite arbitrary, the spring point having gradually advanced since then into the first degrees of Pisces, owing to the precession of the equinoxes. Primitive man impresses us so strongly with his subjectivity that we should really have guessed long ago that myths refer to something psychic. His knowledge of nature is essentially the language and outer dress of an unconscious psychic process. But the very fact that this process is unconscious gives us the reason why man has thought of everything except the psyche in his attempts to explain myths. He simply didn't know that the psyche contains all the images that have ever given rise to myths, and that our unconscious is an acting and suffering subject with an inner drama which primitive man rediscovers, by means of analogy, in the processes of nature both great and small. The stars of thine own fate lie in thy breast, says Simi to Wallenstein, a dictum that should satisfy all astrologers if we knew even a little about the secrets of the heart. But for this, so far, men have had little understanding, nor would I dare to assert that things are any better today. Tribal lore is always sacred and dangerous. All esoteric teachings seek to apprehend the unseen happenings in the psyche, and all claim supreme authority for themselves. What is true of primitive lore is true in even higher degree of the ruling world religions. They contain a revealed knowledge that was originally hidden, and they set forth the secrets of the soul in glorious images. Their temples and their sacred writings proclaim in image and word the doctrine hallowed from of old, making it accessible to every believing heart, every sensitive vision, every farthest range of thought. Indeed, we are compelled to say that the more beautiful, the more sublime, the more comprehensive the image that has evolved and been handed down by tradition, the further removed it is from individual experience. We can just feel our way into it and sense something of it, but the original experience has been lost. Why is psychology the youngest of the empirical sciences? Why have we not long since discovered the unconscious and raised up its treasure house of eternal images? Simply because we had a religious formula for everything psychic, and one that is far more beautiful and comprehensive than immediate experience. Though the Christian view of the world has paled for many people, the symbolic treasure rooms of the East are still full of marvels that can nourish for a long time to come the passion for show and new clothes. What is more, these images, be they Christian or Buddhist or what you will, are lovely, mysterious, richly intuitive. Naturally, the more familiar we are with them, the more does constant usage polish them smooth, so that what remains is only banal superficiality and meaningless paradox. The mystery of the virgin birth, or the homoousia of the Son with the Father, or the Trinity, which is nevertheless not a triad, these no longer lend wings to any philosophical fancy. They have stiffened into mere objects of belief. So it is not surprising if the religious need, the believing mind, and the philosophical speculations of the educated European are attracted by the symbols of the East, those grandiose conceptions of divinity in India and the abysms of Taoist philosophy in China, just as once before the heart and mind of the men of antiquity were gripped by Christian ideas. There are many Europeans who began by surrendering completely to the influence of the Christian symbol until they landed themselves in a Kierkegaardian neurosis, or whose relation to God, owing to the progressive impoverishment of symbolism, developed into an unbearably sophisticated I-U relationship, only to fall victims in their turn to the magic and novelty of Eastern symbols. This surrender is not necessarily a defeat. Rather, it proves the receptiveness and vitality of the religious sense. We can observe much the same thing in the educated Oriental, who not infrequently feels drawn to the Christian symbol or to the science that is so unsuited to the Oriental mind, and even develops an enviable understanding of them. That people should succumb to these eternal images is entirely normal. In fact, it is what these images are for. They are meant to attract, to convince, to fascinate, and to overpower. They are created out of the primal stuff of revelation and reflect the ever-unique experience of divinity. That is why they always give man a premonition of the divine, while at the same time safeguarding him from immediate experience of it. Thanks to the labors of the human spirit over the centuries, these images have become embedded in a comprehensive system of thought that ascribes an order to the world, and are at the same time represented by a mighty, far-spread, and venerable institution called the Church. I can best illustrate my meaning by taking as an example the Swiss mystic and hermit, Brother Nicholas of Flue, who has recently been canonized. Probably his most important religious experience was the so-called Trinity vision, which preoccupied him to such an extent that he painted it, or had it painted, on the wall of his cell. The painting is still preserved in the parish church at Saxon. It is a mandala divided into 6 parts, and in the center is the crowned countenance of God. Now we know that Brother Klaus investigated the nature of his vision with the help of an illustrated devotional booklet by a German mystic, and that he struggled to get his original experience into a form he could understand. He occupied himself with it for years. This is what I call the elaboration of the symbol. His reflections on the nature of the vision, influenced as they were by the mystic diagrams he used as a guiding thread, inevitably led him to the conclusion that he must have gazed upon the Holy Trinity itself, the summum bonum, eternal love. This is borne out by the expurgated version now in Saxon. The original experience, however, was entirely different. In his ecstasy, there was revealed to Brother Klaus a sight so terrible that his own countenance was changed by it, so much so, indeed, that people were terrified and felt afraid of him. What he had seen was a vision of the utmost intensity. Wolflin, our oldest source, writes as follows: all who came to him were filled with terror at the first glance. As to the cause of this, he himself used to say that he had seen a piercing light resembling a human face. At the sight of it, he feared that his heart would burst into little pieces. Therefore, overcome with terror, he instantly turned his face away and fell to the ground. And that was the reason why his face was now terrible to others. This vision has rightly been compared with the one in Revelation 1:13ff, that strange apocalyptic Christ image, which for sheer gruesomeness and singularity is surpassed only by the monstrous 7-eyed lamb with 7 horns, Revelation 5:6f. It is certainly very difficult to see what is the relationship between this figure and the Christ of the Gospels. Hence, Brother Klaus's vision was interpreted in a quite definite way by the earliest sources. In 1508, the humanist Karl Bovilis, Charles de Buell, wrote to a friend, "I wish to tell you of a vision which appeared to him in the sky, on a night when the stars were shining and he stood in prayer and contemplation. He saw the head of a human figure with a terrifying face, full of wrath and threats. This interpretation agrees perfectly with the modern amplification furnished by Revelation 1:13. Nor should we forget Brother Klaus's other visions, for instance of Christ in the bearskin, of God the Father and God the Mother, and of himself as the Son. They exhibit features which are very undogmatic indeed. Traditionally, this great vision was brought into connection with the Trinity picture in the church at Saxon, and so, likewise, was the wheel symbolism in the so-called Pilgrim's Tract. Brother Klaus, we are told, showed the picture of the wheel to a visiting pilgrim. Evidently, this picture had preoccupied him for some time. Blanca is of the opinion that, contrary to tradition, there is no connection between the vision and the Trinity picture. This skepticism seems to me to go too far. There must have been some reason for Brother Klaus's interest in the wheel. Visions like the one he had often caused mental confusion and disintegration, witness the heart bursting into little pieces. We know from experience that the protective circle, the mandala, is the traditional antidote for chaotic states of mind. It is therefore only too clear why Brother Klaus was fascinated by the symbol of the wheel. The interpretation of the terrifying vision as an experience of God need not be so wide of the mark either. The connection between the Great Vision and the Trinity picture, and of both with the wheel symbol, therefore seems to me very probable on psychological grounds. This vision, undoubtedly fearful and highly perturbing, which burst like a volcano upon his religious view of the world, without any dogmatic prelude and without exegetical commentary, naturally needed a long labor of assimilation in order to fit it into the total structure of the psyche, and thus restore the disturbed psychic balance. Brother Klaus came to terms with his experience on the basis of dogma, then firm as a rock, and the dogma proved its powers of assimilation by turning something horribly alive into the beautiful abstraction of the Trinity idea. But the reconciliation might have taken place on a quite different basis provided by the vision itself and its unearthly actuality, much to the disadvantage of the Christian conception of God, and no doubt to the still greater disadvantage of Brother Klaus himself, who would then have become not a saint but a heretic, if not a lunatic, and would probably have ended his life at the stake. This example demonstrates the use of the dogmatic symbol. It formulates a tremendous and dangerously decisive psychic experience, fittingly called an experience of the divine, in a way that is tolerable to our human understanding, without either limiting the scope of the experience or doing damage to its overwhelming significance. The vision of divine wrath, which we also meet in Jakob Böhme, ill accords with the God of the New Testament, the loving Father in heaven, and for this reason it might easily have become the source of an inner conflict. That would have been quite in keeping with the spirit of the age, the end of the 15th century, the time of Nicholas Cusanus, whose formula of the complexio oppositorum actually anticipated the schism that was imminent. Not long afterwards, the Yahwistic conception of God went through a series of rebirths in Protestantism. Yahweh is a God concept that contains the opposites in a still undivided state. Brother Klaus put himself outside the beaten track of convention and habit by leaving his home and family, living alone for years, and gazing deep into the dark mirror so that the wondrous and terrible boon of original experience befell him. In this situation, the dogmatic image of divinity that had been developed over the centuries worked like a healing draft. It helped him to assimilate the fatal incursion of an archetypal image and so escape being torn asunder. Angelus Silesius was not so fortunate. The inner conflict tore him to pieces, because in his day the stability of the church that dogma guarantees was already shattered. Jakob Böhme, too, knew a god of the wrath fire, a real deus absconditus. He was able to bridge the profound and agonizing contradiction on the one hand by means of the Christian formula of Father and Son, and embody it speculatively in his view of the world, which, though Gnostic, was in all essential points Christian. Otherwise, he would have become a dualist. On the other hand, it was undoubtedly alchemy, long brewing the union of opposites in secret that came to his aid. Nevertheless, the opposition has left obvious traces in the mandala appended to his XL questions concerning the soul, showing the nature of the divinity. The mandala is divided into a dark and a light half, and the semicircles that are drawn round them, instead of joining up to form a ring, are turned back to back. Dogma takes the place of the collective unconscious by formulating its contents on a grand scale. The Catholic way of life is completely unaware of psychological problems in this sense. Almost the entire life of the collective unconscious has been channeled into the dogmatic archetypal ideas and flows along like a well-controlled stream in the symbolism of creed and ritual. It manifests itself in the inwardness of the Catholic psyche. The collective unconscious, as we understand it today, was never a matter of psychology. For before the Christian church existed, there were the antique mysteries, and these reach back into the gray mists of Neolithic prehistory. Mankind has never lacked powerful images to lend magical aid against all the uncanny things that live in the depths of the psyche. Always the figures of the unconscious were expressed in protecting and healing images, and in this way were expelled from the psyche into cosmic space. The iconoclasm of the Reformation, however, quite literally made a breach in the protective wall of sacred images, and since then one image after another has crumbled away. They became dubious, for they conflicted with awakening reason. Besides, people had long since forgotten what they meant. Or had they really forgotten? Could it be that men had never really known what they meant, and that only in recent times did it occur to the Protestant part of mankind that actually we haven't the remotest conception of what is meant by the virgin birth, the divinity of Christ, and the complexities of the Trinity? It almost seems as if these images had just lived, and as if their living existence had simply been accepted without question and without reflection, much as everyone decorates Christmas trees or hides Easter eggs without ever knowing what these customs mean. The fact is that archetypal images are so packed with meaning in themselves that people never think of asking what they really do mean. That the gods die from time to time is due to man's sudden discovery that they do not mean anything, that they are made by human hands, useless idols of wood and stone. In reality, however, he has merely discovered that up till then he has never thought about his images at all. And when he starts thinking about them, he does so with the help of what he calls reason, which in point of fact is nothing more than the sum total of all his prejudices and myopic views. The history of Protestantism has been one of chronic iconoclasm. One wall after another fell, and the work of destruction was not too difficult once the authority of the church had been shattered. We all know how, in large things as in small, in general as well as in particular, piece after piece collapsed, and how the alarming poverty of symbols that is now the condition of our life came about. With that, the power of the church has vanished too, a fortress robbed of its bastions and casemates, a house whose walls have been plucked away, exposed to all the winds of the world and to all dangers. Although this is, properly speaking, a lamentable collapse that offends our sense of history, the disintegration of Protestantism into nearly 400 denominations is yet a sure sign that the restlessness continues. The Protestant is cast out into a state of defenselessness that might well make the natural man shudder. His enlightened consciousness, of course, refuses to take cognizance of this fact, and is quietly looking elsewhere for what has been lost to Europe. We seek the effective images, the thought forms that satisfy the restlessness of heart and mind, and we find the treasures of the East. There is no objection to this, in and for itself. Nobody forced the Romans to import Asiatic cults in bulk. If Christianity had really been, as so often described, alien to the Germanic tribes, they could easily have rejected it when the prestige of the Roman legions began to wane. But Christianity had come to stay because it fits in with the existing archetypal pattern. In the course of the centuries, however, it turned into something its founder might well have wondered at had he lived to see it. And the Christianity of Negroes and other dark-skinned converts is certainly an occasion for historical reflections. Why then should the West not assimilate Eastern forms? The Romans too went to Eleusis, Samothrace, and Egypt in order to get themselves initiated. In Egypt, there even seems to have been a regular tourist trade in this commodity. The gods of Greece and Rome perished from the same disease as did our Christian symbols. People discovered then, as today, that they had no thoughts whatever on the subject. On the other hand, the gods of the strangers still had unexhausted mana. Their names were weird and incomprehensible, and their deeds portentously dark, something altogether different from the hackneyed chronique scandalous of Olympus. At least one couldn't understand the Asiatic symbols, and for this reason they were not banal like the conventional gods. The fact that people accepted the new as unthinkingly as they had rejected the old did not become a problem at that time. Is it becoming a problem today? Shall we be able to put on, like a new suit of clothes, ready-made symbols grown on foreign soil, saturated with foreign blood, spoken in a foreign tongue, nourished by a foreign culture, interwoven with foreign history, and so resemble a beggar who wraps himself in kingly raiment, a king who disguises himself as a beggar? No doubt this is possible. Or is there something in ourselves that commands us to go in for no mummeries, but perhaps even to sew our garment ourselves? I am convinced that the growing impoverishment of symbols has a meaning. It is a development that has an inner consistency. Everything that we have not thought about and that has therefore been deprived of a meaningful connection with our developing consciousness has got lost. If we now try to cover our nakedness with the gorgeous trappings of the East, as the Theosophists do, we would be playing our own history false. A man does not sink down to beggary only to pose afterwards as an Indian potentate. It seems to me that it would be far better stoutly to avow our spiritual poverty, our symbol-lessness, instead of feigning a legacy to which we are not the legitimate heirs at all. We are surely the rightful heirs of Christian symbolism, but somehow we have squandered this heritage. We have let the house our fathers built fall into decay, and now we try to break into oriental palaces that our fathers never knew. Anyone who has lost the historical symbols and cannot be satisfied with substitutes is certainly in a very difficult position today. Before him there yawns the void, and he turns away from it in horror. What is worse, the vacuum gets filled with absurd political and social ideas, which one and all are distinguished by their spiritual bleakness. But if he cannot get along with these pedantic dogmatisms, he sees himself forced to be serious with his requesting God, though it usually turns out that his fear of things going wrong if he did so is even more persuasive. This fear is far from unjustified, for where God is closest, the danger seems greatest. It is dangerous to avow spiritual poverty, for the poor man has desires, and whoever has desires calls down some fatality on himself. A Swiss proverb puts it drastically. Behind every rich man stands a devil, and behind every poor man too. Just as in Christianity, the vow of worldly poverty turned the mind away from the riches of this earth, so spiritual poverty seeks to renounce the false riches of the spirit in order to withdraw not only from the sorry remnants, which today call themselves the Protestant Church, of a great past, but also from all the allurements of the odorous East, in order finally to dwell with itself alone, where, in the cold light of consciousness, the blank barrenness of the world reaches to the very stars. We have inherited this problem from our fathers. I well remember the confirmation lessons I received at the hands of my own father. The catechism bored me unspeakably. One day I started reading a book in the hope of finding something interesting, when my eye fell on the paragraphs about the Trinity. This interested me at once, and I waited impatiently for the lessons to get to that section. But when the longed-for lesson arrived, my father said, "We'll skip this bit. I can't make head or tail of it myself." With that, my last hope was laid in the grave. I admired my father's honesty, but this did not alter the fact that from then on all talk of religion bored me to death. Our intellect has achieved the most tremendous things, but in the meantime our spiritual dwelling has fallen into disrepair. We are absolutely convinced that even with the aid of the latest and largest reflecting telescope now being built in America, men will discover behind the farthest nebula no fiery impurity. And we know that our eyes will wander despairingly through the dead emptiness of interstellar space. Nor is it any better when mathematical physics reveals to us the world of the infinitely small. In the end, we dig up the wisdom of all ages and peoples, only to find that everything most dear and precious to us has already been said in the most superb language. Like greedy children, we stretch out our hands and think that, if only we could grasp it, we would possess it too. But what we possess is no longer valid, and our hands grow weary from the grasping, for riches lie everywhere, as far as the eye can reach. All these possessions turn to water, and more than one sorcerer's apprentice has been drowned in the waters called up by himself, if he did not first succumb to the saving delusion that this wisdom was good and that was bad. It is from these adepts that there come those terrifying invalids who think they have a prophetic mission. For the artificial sundering of true and false wisdom creates a tension in the psyche, and from this there arises a loneliness and a craving like that of the morphine addict, who always hopes to find companions in his vice. When our natural inheritance has been dissipated, then the spirit too, as Heraclitus says, has descended from its fiery heights. But when spirit becomes heavy, it turns to water, and with Luciferian presumption, the intellect usurps the seat where once the spirit was enthroned. The spirit may legitimately claim the patria potestas over the soul. Not so the earth-born intellect, which is man's sword or hammer, and not a creator of spiritual worlds, a father of the soul. Hence, Ludwig Klages and Max Scheler were moderate enough in their attempts to rehabilitate the spirit. For both were children of an age in which the spirit was no longer up above but down below, no longer fire but water. Therefore the way of the soul in search of its lost father, like Sophia seeking Bythos, leads to the water, to the dark mirror that reposes at its bottom. Whoever has elected for the state of spiritual poverty, the true heritage of Protestantism carried to its logical conclusion, goes the way of the soul that leads to the water. This water is no figure of speech, but a living symbol of the dark psyche. I can best illustrate this by a concrete example, one out of many. A Protestant theologian often dreamed the same dream. He stood on a mountain slope with a deep valley below, and in it a dark lake. He knew in the dream that something had always prevented him from approaching the lake. This time he resolved to go to the water. As he approached the shore, everything grew dark and uncanny, and a gust of wind suddenly rushed over the face of the water. He was seized by a panic fear and awoke. This dream shows us the natural symbolism. The dreamer descends into his own depths, and the way leads him to the mysterious water. And now there occurs the miracle of the pool of Bethesda. An angel comes down and touches the water, endowing it with healing power. In the dream it is the wind, the pneuma, which bloweth where it listeth. Man's descent to the water is needed in order to evoke the miracle of its coming to life. But the breath of the Spirit rushing over the dark water is uncanny, like everything whose cause we do not know, since it is not ourselves. It hints at an unseen presence, a union to which neither human expectations nor the machinations of the will have given life. It lives of itself, and a shudder runs through the man who thought that spirit was merely what he believes, what he makes himself, what is said in books, or what people talk about. But when it happens spontaneously, it is a spookish thing, and primitive fear seizes the naive mind. The elders of the Elgomi tribe in Kenya gave me exactly the same description of the nocturnal god whom they call the maker of fear. He comes to you, they said, like a cold gust of wind, and you shudder, or he goes whistling round in the tall grass. an African pan who glides among the reeds in the haunted noontide hour, playing on his pipes and frightening the shepherds. Thus, in the dream, the breath of the pneuma frightened another pastor, a shepherd of the flock, who in the darkness of the night trod the reed-grown shore in the deep valley of the Saito. Yes, that erstwhile fiery spirit has made a descent to the realm of nature, to the trees and rocks and the waters of the Saito, like the old man in Nietzsche's Zarathustra, who, wearied of humankind, withdrew into the forest to growl with the bears in honor of the king. We must surely go the way of the waters, which always tend downwards, if we would raise up the treasure, the precious heritage of the Father. In the Gnostic hymn to the soul, the son is sent forth by his parents to seek the pearl that fell from the king's crown. It lies at the bottom of a deep well, guarded by a dragon, in the land of the Egyptians, that land of flesh pots and drunkenness with all its material and spiritual riches. The son and heir sets out to fetch the jewel, but forgets himself and his task in the orgies of Egyptian worldliness, until a letter from his father reminds him what his duty is. He then sets out for the water and plunges into the dark depths of the well, where he finds the pearl on the bottom, and in the end offers it to the highest divinity. This hymn, ascribed to Bardesanes, dates from an age that resembled ours in more than one respect. Mankind looked and waited, and it was a fish, Levatus de Profundo, drawn from the deep, that became the symbol of the Savior, the bringer of healing. As I wrote these lines, I received a letter from Vancouver from a person unknown to me. The writer is puzzled by his dreams, which are always about water. Almost every time I dream, it is about water. Either I am having a bath, or the water closet is overflowing, or a pipe is bursting, or my home has drifted down to the water's edge, or I see an acquaintance about to sink into water, or I am trying to get out of water, or I am having a bath and the tub is about to overflow, etc. Water is the commonest symbol for the unconscious. The lake in the valley is the unconscious, which lies, as it were, underneath consciousness, so that it is often referred to as the subconscious, usually with the pejorative connotation of inferior consciousness. Water is the valley spirit, the water dragon of Tao, whose nature resembles water, a yang embraced in the yin. Psychologically, therefore, water means spirit that has become unconscious. So the dream of the theologian is quite right in telling him that down by the water, he could experience the working of the living spirit like a miracle of healing in the pool of Bethesda. The descent into the depths always seems to precede the ascent. Thus, another theologian dreamed that he saw on a mountain a kind of castle of the Grail. He went along a road that seemed to lead straight to the foot of the mountain and up it. But as he drew nearer, he discovered to his great disappointment that a chasm separated him from the mountain, a deep, darksome gorge with underworldly water rushing along the bottom. A steep path led downwards and toilsomely climbed up again on the other side, but the prospect looked uninviting and the dreamer awoke. Here again the dreamer, thirsting for the shining heights, had first to descend into the dark depths, and this proves to be the indispensable condition for climbing any higher. The prudent man avoids the danger lurking in these depths, but he also throws away the good which a bold but imprudent venture might bring. The statement made by the dream meets with violent resistance from the conscious mind, which knows spirit only as something to be found in the heights. Spirit always seems to come from above, while from below comes everything that is sordid and worthless. For people who think in this way, spirit means highest freedom, a soaring over the depths, deliverance from the prison of the chthonic world, and hence a refuge for all those timorous souls who do not want to become anything different. But water is earthy and tangible. It is also the fluid of the instinct-driven body, blood and the flowing of blood, the odor of the beast, carnality heavy with passion. But water is earthy and tangible. It is also the fluid of the instinct-driven body, blood and the flowing of blood, the odor of the beast, carnality heavy with passion. The unconscious is the psyche that reaches down from the daylight of mentally and morally lucid consciousness into the nervous system that for ages has been known as the sympathetic. This does not govern perception and muscular activity like the cerebrospinal system, and thus control the environment. But though functioning without sense organs, it maintains the balance of life and, through the mysterious paths of sympathetic excitation, not only gives us knowledge of the innermost life of other beings, but also has an inner effect upon them. In this sense, it is an extremely collective system, the operative basis of all participation mystique, whereas the cerebrospinal function reaches its high point in separating off the specific qualities of the and only apprehends surfaces and externals, always through the medium of space. It experiences everything as an outside, whereas the sympathetic system experiences everything as an inside. The unconscious is commonly regarded as a sort of encapsulated fragment of our most personal and intimate life, something like what the Bible calls the heart and considers the source of all evil thoughts. In the chambers of the heart dwell the wicked blood spirits, swift anger and sensual weakness. This is how the unconscious looks when seen from the conscious side. But consciousness appears to be essentially an affair of the cerebrum, which sees everything separately and in isolation, and therefore sees the unconscious in this way too, regarding it outright as my unconscious. Hence, it is generally believed that anyone who descends into the unconscious gets into a suffocating atmosphere of egocentric subjectivity, and in this blind alley is exposed to the attack of all the ferocious beasts which the caverns of the psychic underworld are supposed to harbor. True, whoever looks into the mirror of the water will see first of all his own face. Whoever goes to himself risks a confrontation with himself. The mirror does not flatter, it faithfully shows whatever looks into it. Namely, the face we never show to the world because we cover it with the persona, the mask of the actor. But the mirror lies behind the mask and shows the true face. This confrontation is the first test of courage on the inner way, a test sufficient to frighten off most people. For the meeting with ourselves belongs to the more unpleasant things that can be avoided so long as we can project everything negative into the environment. But if we are able to see our own shadow and can bear knowing about it, then a small part of the problem has already been solved. We have at least brought up the personal unconscious. The shadow is a living part of the personality, and therefore wants to live with it in some form. It cannot be argued out of existence or rationalized into harmlessness. This problem is exceedingly difficult, because it not only challenges the whole man, but reminds him at the same time of his helplessness and ineffectuality. Strong natures, or should one rather call them weak, do not like to be reminded of this, but prefer to think of themselves as heroes who are beyond good and evil, and to cut the Gordian knot instead of untying it. Nevertheless, the account has to be settled sooner or later. In the end, one has to admit that there are problems which one simply cannot solve on one's own resources. Such an admission has the advantage of being honest, truthful, and in accord with reality, and this prepares the ground for a compensatory reaction from the collective unconscious. You are now more inclined to give heed to a helpful idea or intuition, or to notice thoughts which had not been allowed to voice themselves before. Perhaps you will pay attention to the dreams that visit you at such moments, or will reflect on certain inner and outer occurrences that take place just at this time. If you have an attitude of this kind, then the helpful powers slumbering in the deeper strata of man's nature can come awake and intervene, for helplessness and weakness are the eternal experience and the eternal problem of mankind. To this problem there is also an eternal answer, otherwise it would have been all up with humanity long ago. When you have done everything that could possibly be done, the only thing that remains is what you could still do if only you knew it. But how much do we know of ourselves? Precious little, to judge by experience. Hence, there is still a great deal of room left for the unconscious. Prayer, as we know, calls for a very similar attitude and therefore has much the same effect. The necessary and needful reaction from the collective unconscious expresses itself in archetypally formed ideas. The meeting with oneself is, at first, the meeting with one's own shadow. The shadow is a tight passage, a narrow door, whose painful constriction no one is spared who goes down to the deep well. But one must learn to know oneself in order to know who one is. For what comes after the door is, surprisingly enough, a boundless expanse full of unprecedented uncertainty, with apparently no inside and no outside, no above and no below, no here and no there, no mine and no thine, no good and no bad. It is the world of water, where all life floats in suspension, where the realm of the sympathetic system, the soul of everything living begins, where I am indivisibly this and that, where I experience the other in myself and the other than myself experiences me. No, the collective unconscious is anything but an encapsulated personal system. It is sheer objectivity, as wide as the world and open to all the world. There I am, the object of every subject, in complete reversal of my ordinary consciousness, where I am always the subject that has an object. There I am, utterly one with the world, so much a part of it that I forget all too easily who I really am. Lost in oneself is a good way of describing this state, but this self is the world, if only a consciousness could see it. That is why we must know who we are. The unconscious no sooner touches us than we are it. We become unconscious of ourselves. That is the age-old danger, instinctively known and feared by primitive man, who himself stands so very close to this pleroma. His consciousness is still uncertain, wobbling on its feet. It is still childish, having just emerged from the primal waters. A wave of the unconscious may easily roll over it, and then he forgets who he was and does things that are strange to him. Hence, primitives are afraid of uncontrolled emotions, because consciousness breaks down under them and gives way to possession. All man's strivings have therefore been directed towards the consolidation of consciousness. This was the purpose of rite and dogma. They were dams and walls to keep back the dangers of the unconscious, the perils of the soul. Primitive rites consist accordingly in the exorcising of spirits, the lifting of spells, the averting of the evil omen, propitiation, purification, and the production by sympathetic magic of helpful occurrences. It is these barriers, erected in primitive times, that later became the foundations of the church. It is also these barriers that collapse when the symbols become weak with age. Then the waters rise and boundless catastrophes break over mankind. The religious leader of the Taos Pueblo, known as the Locotenente Gobernador, once said to me, "The Americans should stop meddling with our religion, for when it dies and we can no longer help the sun, our father, to cross the sky, the Americans and the whole world will learn something in 10 years' time. For then the sun won't rise anymore. In other words, night will fall, the light of consciousness is extinguished, and the dark sea of the unconscious breaks in. Whether primitive or not, mankind always stands on the brink of actions it performs itself but does not control. The whole world wants peace, and the whole world prepares for war. To take but one example, mankind is powerless against mankind, and the gods, as ever, show it the ways of fate. Today we call the gods factors, which comes from facere, to make. The makers stand behind the wings of the world theater. It is so in great things as in small. In the realm of consciousness, we are our own masters. We seem to be the factors themselves. But if we step through the door of the shadow, we discover with terror that we are the objects of unseen factors. To know this is decidedly unpleasant, for nothing is more disillusioning than the discovery of our own inadequacy. It can even give rise to primitive panic, because instead of being believed in, the anxiously guarded supremacy of consciousness, which is in truth one of the secrets of human success, is questioned in the most dangerous way. But since ignorance is no guarantee of security, and in fact only makes our insecurity still worse, it is probably better, despite our fear, to know where the danger lies. To ask the right question is already half the solution to the problem. At any rate, we then know that the greatest danger threatening us comes from the unpredictability of the psyche's reactions. Discerning persons have realized for some time that external historical conditions of whatever kind are only occasional, jumping off grounds for the real dangers that threaten our lives. These are the present politico-social delusional systems. We should not regard them causally as necessary consequences of external conditions, but as decisions precipitated by the collective unconscious. This is a new problem. All ages before us have believed in gods in some form or other. Only an unparalleled impoverishment of symbolism could enable us to rediscover the gods as psychic factors, that is, as archetypes of the unconscious. No doubt this discovery is hardly credible at present. To be convinced, we need to have the experience pictured in the dream of the theologian, for only then do we experience the self-activity of the spirit moving over the waters. Since the stars have fallen from heaven and our highest symbols have paled, a secret life holds sway in the unconscious. That is why we have a psychology today, and why we speak of the unconscious. All this would be quite superfluous in an age or culture that possesses symbols. Symbols are spirit from above, and under those conditions the spirit is above too. Therefore it would be a foolish and senseless undertaking for such people to wish to experience or investigate an unconscious that contains nothing but the silent, undisturbed sway of nature. Our unconscious, on the other hand, hides living water, spirit that has become nature, and that is why it is disturbed. Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, and the divine empyrean a fair memory of things that once were. But the heart glows, and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. In the words of the Voluspa, we may ask, what murmurs Wotan over Mimir's head? Already the spring boils. Our concern with the unconscious has become a vital question for us, a question of spiritual being or non-being. All those who have had an experience like that mentioned in the dream know that the treasure lies in the depths of the water and will try to salvage it. As they must never forget who they are, they must on no account imperil their consciousness. They will keep their standpoint firmly anchored to the earth and will thus, to preserve the metaphor, become fishers who catch with hook and net what swims in the water. There may be consummate fools who do not understand what fishermen do, but the latter will not mistake the timeless meaning of their action, for the symbol of their craft is many centuries older than the still unfaded story of the Grail. But not every man is a fisherman. Sometimes this figure remains arrested at an early instinctive level, and then it is an otter, as we know from Oscar Schmitz's fairy tales. Whoever looks into the water sees his own image, but behind it living creatures soon loom up. Fishes, presumably, harmless dwellers of the deep. Harmless, if only the lake were not haunted. They are water beings of a peculiar sort. Sometimes a nixie gets into the fisherman's net, a female half-human fish. Nixies are entrancing creatures, half drew she in, half sank down, and never more was seen. The nixie is an even more distinctive version of a magical feminine being whom I call the animal. She can also be a siren, Melusina, mermaid, wood nymph, grace, or Earl King's daughter, or a lamia or succubus who infatuates young men and sucks them out. Moralizing critics will say that these films are projections of soulful emotional states and are nothing but worthless fantasies. One must admit that there is a certain amount of truth in this. But is it the whole truth? Is the mixing really nothing but a product of moral laxity? Were there not such beings long ago in an age when dawning human consciousness was still wholly bound to nature? Surely there were spirits of force, healed and screamed long before the question of moral conscience ever existed. What is more, these beings were as much dreaded as adored, so that their rather peculiar erotic charms were only one of their characteristics. Man's consciousness was then far simpler, and his possession of it was certainly small. An unlimited amount of what we now feel to be an integral part of our psychic being disports itself merrily for the primitive in projections ranging far and wide. The word projection is not really appropriate, for nothing has been cast out of the psyche. Rather, the psyche has attained its present complexity by a series of acts of introjection. Its complexity has increased in proportion to the despiritualization of nature. An alluring mixture of dim bygones today call them erotic fantasy, and she may complicate our psychic life in the most painful way. She comes upon us just as a Nixie might. She sits on top of us like a succubus. She changes into all sorts of shapes like a witch, and in general displays an unbearable independence that does not seem at all proper in a psychic content. Occasionally she causes states of fascination that rival the best bewitchment, or unleashes terrors in us not to be outdone by any manifestation of the devil. She is a mischievous being who crosses our path in numerous transformations and disguises, playing all kinds of tricks on us, causing happy and unhappy delusions, depressions and ecstasies, outbursts of affect, etc. Even in a state of reasonable introjection, the Nixie has not laid aside her roguery. The witch has not ceased to mix her vile potions of love and death. Her magic poison has been refined into intrigue and self-deception, unseen though nonetheless dangerous for that. But how do we dare to call this elfin being an anima? Anima means soul and should designate something very wonderful and immortal. Yet this was not always so. We should not forget that this kind of soul is a dogmatic conception whose purpose it is to pin down and capture something uncannily alive. The German word seal is closely related, via the Gothic form saiwalo, to the Greek word, which means quick-moving, changeful of hue, twinkling, something like a butterfly, shinki in Greek, which reels drunkenly from flower to flower and drives with honey and love. In Gnostic typology, the anthropos psychikos, psychic man, is inferior to the pneumatikos, spiritual man. And finally, there are wicked souls who must roast in hell for all eternity. Even the quite innocent soul of the unbaptized newborn babe is deprived of the contemplation of God. Among primitives, the soul is the magic breath of life, hence the term anima, or a flame. An uncanonical saying of our Lord's aptly declares, "Whoso is near unto me is near to the fire." For Heraclitus, the soul at the highest level is fire and dry, because psyche as such is closely akin to cool breath. Psyche means to breathe. To blow, synchros and psuchos mean cold, chill, damp. Being that as soul is living being. Soul is the living thing in man, that which lives of itself and causes life. Therefore God breathed into Adam living breath that he might live. With her cunning play of illusions, the soul lures into life the inertness of matter that does not want to live. She makes us believe incredible things, that life may be lived. She is full of snares and traps, in order that man should fall, should reach the earth, entangle himself there, and stay caught, so that life should be lived, as Eve in the Garden of Eden could not rest content until she had convinced Adam of the goodness of the forbidden apple. Were it not for the leaping and twinkling of the soul, man would rot away in his greatest passion, idleness. A certain kind of reasonableness is its advocate, and a certain kind of morality adds its blessing. But to have soul is the whole venture of life, for soul is a life-giving demon who plays his elfin game above and below human existence, for which reason, in the realm of dogma, he is threatened and propitiated with superhuman punishments and blessings that go far beyond the possible deserts of human beings. Heaven and hell are the fates meted out to the soul and not to civilized man, who in his nakedness and timidity would have no idea of what to do with himself in heavenly Jerusalem. The anima is not the soul in the dogmatic sense, not an anima rationalis, which is a philosophical conception, but a natural archetype that satisfactorily sums up all the statements of the unconscious, of the primitive mind, of the history of language and religion. It is a factor in the proper sense of the word. Man cannot make it. On the contrary, it is always the a priori element in his moods, reactions, impulses, and whatever else is spontaneous in psychic life. It is something that lives of itself, that makes us live. It is a life behind consciousness that cannot be completely integrated with it, but from which, on the contrary, consciousness arises. For, in the last analysis, psychic life is for the greater part the unconscious life that surrounds consciousness on all sides. A notion that is sufficiently obvious when one considers how much unconscious preparation is needed, for instance, to register a sense impression. Although it seems as if the whole of our unconscious psychic life could be ascribed to the anima, she is yet only one archetype among many. Therefore, she is not characteristic of the unconscious in its entirety. She is only one of its aspects. This is shown by the very fact of her femininity. What is not, not masculine, is most probably feminine. And because the not, I, is felt as not belonging to me and therefore as outside me, the anima image is usually projected upon women. Either sex is inhabited by the opposite sex up to a point, for, biologically speaking, it is simply the greater number of masculine genes that tips the scales in favor of masculinity. The smaller number of feminine genes seems to form a feminine character, which usually remains unconscious because of its subordinate position. With the archetype of the anima, we enter the realm of the gods, or rather, the realm that metaphysics has reserved for itself. Everything the anima touches becomes numinous, unconditional, dangerous, taboo, magical. She is the serpent in the paradise of the harmless man with good resolutions and still better intentions. She affords the most convincing reasons for not prying into the unconscious, an occupation that would break down our moral inhibitions and unleash forces that had better been left unconscious and undisturbed. As usual, there is something in what the anima says, for life in itself is not good only, it is also bad. Because the anima wants life, she wants both good and bad. These categories do not exist in the elfin realm. Bodily life as well as psychic life have the impudence to get along much better without conventional morality, and they often remain the healthy people. The anima believes in the long cognitive, beautiful and good, a primitive conception that antedates the discovery of the conflict between aesthetics and morals. It took more than 1,000 years of Christian differentiation to make it clear that the good is not always the beautiful, and the beautiful not necessarily good. The paradox of this marriage of ideas troubled the ancients as little as it does the primitives. The anima is conservative and clings in the most exasperating fashion to the ways of earlier humanity. She likes to appear in historic dress, with a predilection for Greece and Egypt. In In this connection, we mention the classic anima stories of writer and Pierre Benoit. The Renaissance dream known as the hypnerotomania of Polypheme and Goethe's Faust likewise reached deep into antiquity in order to find le vrai mot for the situation. Polyphilo conjured up Queen Venus, Goethe, Helen of Troy. Agnella Jaffe has sketched a lively picture of the anima in the age of Biedermeier and the Romantics. If you want to know what happens when the anima appears in modern society, I can warmly recommend John Erskine's private life of Helen of Troy. She is not a shallow creation, for the breath of eternity lies over everything that is really alive. The anima lives beyond all categories, and can therefore dispense with blame as well as with praise. Since the beginning of time, man, with his wholesome animal instinct, has been engaged in combat with his soul and its demons. If the soul were uniformly dark, it would be a simple life. Unfortunately, this is not so. Anima can appear also as an angel of light, a psychic who points the way to the highest meaning, as we know from Faust. If the encounter with the shadow is the apprentice piece in the individual's development, then that with the anima is the masterpiece. The relation with the anima is again a test of courage, an ordeal by fire for the spiritual and moral forces of man. We should never forget that in dealing with the anima, we are dealing with psychic facts which have never been in man's possession before, since they were always found outside his psychic territory, so to speak, in the form of projections. For the son, the anima is hidden in the dominating power of the mother, and sometimes she leaves him with a sentimental attachment that lasts throughout life and seriously impairs the fate of an adult. On the other hand, she may spur him on to the highest flights. To the men of antiquity, the anima appeared as a goddess or a witch, while for the evil man, the goddess was replaced by the Queen of Heaven and Mother Church. The desymbolized world of the Protestant produced first an unhealthy sentimentality, and then a sharpening of the moral compass, which, because it was so unbearable, led logically to pictures of non-good and evil. In centers of civilization, this state shows itself in the increasing insecurity of marriage. The American divorce rate has been reached, if not exceeded, in many European countries, which proves that the anima projects herself by preference for the opposite sex, thus giving rise to magically complicated relationships. This fact, largely because of its pathological consequences, has led to the growth of modern psychology, which in its Freudian form cherishes the belief that the essential cause of all disturbances is sexuality, a view that only exacerbates the already existing conflict. There is a confusion here between cause and effect. The sexual disturbance is by no means the cause of neurotic difficulties, but is, like these, one of the pathological effects of a maladaptation of consciousness, as when consciousness is faced with situations and tasks to which it is not equal. Such a person simply does not understand how the world has altered and what his attitude would have to be in order to adapt to it. In dealing with the shadow or anima, it is not sufficient just to know about these concepts and to reflect on them, nor can we ever experience their content by feeling our way into them or by appropriating other people's feelings. It is no use at all to learn a list of archetypes by heart. Archetypes are complexes of experience that come upon us like fate, and their effects are felt in our most personal life. The anima no longer crosses our path as a goddess, but it may be as an intimately personal misadventure, or perhaps as our best venture. When, for instance, a highly esteemed professor in the 70s abandons his family and runs off with a young red-headed actress, we know that the gods have claimed another victim. This is how demonic power reveals itself to us. Until not so long ago, it would have been an easy matter to do away with the young woman as a witch. In my experience, there are very many people of intelligence and education who have no trouble in grasping the idea of the anima and her relative autonomy, and can also understand the phenomenology of the animus in women. Psychologists have more difficulties to overcome in this respect, probably because they are under no compulsion to grapple with the complex facts peculiar to the psychology of the unconscious. If they are doctors as well, their somato-psychological thinking gets in the way, with its assumption that psychological processes can be expressed in intellectual, biological, or physiological terms. Psychology, however, is neither biology nor physiology nor any other science than just this knowledge of the psyche. The picture I have drawn of the anima so far is not complete. Although she may be the chaotic urge to life, something strangely meaningful clings to her, a secret knowledge or hidden wisdom, which contrasts most curiously with her irrational elfin nature. Here I would like to refer again to the authors already cited. Rider Haggard calls she Wisdom's daughter. Benoit's Queen of Atlantis is an excellent library that even contains a lost book of Plato. Eleanor Troy, in her reincarnation, is rescued from tyranny by wise names and accompanies him on his travels. I purposely refrained from mentioning this thoroughly characteristic aspect of the anima earlier, because the first encounter with her usually leads one to infer anything rather than wisdom. This aspect appears only to the person who gets to grips with her seriously. Only then, when this hard task has been faced, does he come to realize more and more that behind all her cruel sporting with human fate, there lies something like a hidden purpose which seems to reflect a superior knowledge of life's law. It is just the most unexpected, the most terrifyingly chaotic things which reveal a deeper meaning. And the more this meaning is recognized, the more the anima loses her impetuous and compulsive character. Gradually, breakwaters are built against the surging of chaos. The meaningful divides itself from the meaningless. When sense and nonsense are no longer identical, the force of chaos is weakened by their subtraction. Sense is then endued with the force of meaning, and nonsense with the force of meaninglessness. In this way, a new cosmos arises. This is not a new discovery in the realm of medical psychology, but the age-old truth that out of the richness of a man's experience there comes a teaching which the father can pass on to the son. In elfin nature, wisdom and folly is one and the same, and they are one and the same as long as they are acted out by the animal. Life is crazy and meaningful at once, and when we do not laugh over the one aspect and speculate about the other, life is exceedingly drab, and everything is reduced to the littlest scale. There is then little sense and little nonsense either. When you come to think about it, nothing has any meaning, for when there was nobody, there was nobody to interpret what happened. Interpretations are only for those who don't understand. It is only the things we don't understand that have any meaning. Man woke up in a world he did not understand, and that is why he tries to interpret it. Thus, the anima and life itself are meaningless insofar as they offer no interpretation. Yet they have a nature that can be interpreted, for in all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order, in all caprice a fixed law, for everything that works is grounded on its opposite. It takes man's discriminating understanding, which breaks everything down into antinomial judgments, to recognize this. Once he comes to grips with the anima, her chaotic capriciousness will give him cause to suspect a secret order, to sense a plan, a meaning, a purpose over and above her nature, or even, we might almost be tempted to say, to postulate such a thing, though this would not be in accord with the truth. For in actual reality, we do not have at our command any power of cold reflection, nor does any science or philosophy help us, and the traditional teachings of religion do so only to a limited degree. We We are caught and entangled in aimless experience, and the judging intellect with its categories proves itself powerless. Human interpretation fails, for a turbulent life situation has arisen that refuses to fit any of the traditional meanings assigned to it. It is a moment of collapse. We sink into a final death. Apuleius calls it a kind of voluntary death. It is a surrender of our own power, not artificially willed or forced upon us by nature. Not a voluntary submission and humiliation decked in moral garb, but an utter and unmistakable defeat, crowned with the panic and fear of demoralization. Only when all props and crutches are broken, and no cover from the rear offers even the slightest hope of security, does it become possible for us to experience an archetype that, up till then, hidden behind the meaningful nonsense played out by the animal. This is the archetype of meaning, just as the animal is the archetype of life itself. It always seems to us as if meaning, compared with life, were the younger event, because we assume, with some justification, that we assign it of ourselves, and because we believe, equally rightly no doubt, that the great world can get along without being interpreted. But how do we assign meaning? From what source in the last analysis do we derive meaning? The forms we use for assigning meaning are historical categories that reach back into the mists of time, a fact we do not take sufficiently into account. Interpretations make use of certain linguistic matrices that are themselves derived from primordial images. From whatever side we approach this question, everywhere we find ourselves confronted with a history of language, with images and motifs that lead straight back to the primitive wonderland. Take, for instance, the word idea. It goes back to the eidos concept of Plato, and the eternal ideas are primordial images stored up of uperon ranio topo, in a supra-celestial place, as eternal, transcendent forms. The eye of the seer perceives them as imagines et lair, or as images in dreams and revelatory vision. Or let us take the concept of energy, which is an interpretation of physical events. In earlier times, it was the secret fire of the alchemists, or phlogiston, or the heat force inherent in matter, like the primal warmth of the Stoics, or the Heraclitean pour zoon, ever-living fire, which borders on the primitive notion of an all-pervading vital force, a power of growth and magic healing that is generally called mana. I will not go on needlessly giving examples. It is sufficient to know that there is not a single important idea or theory that does not possess historical significance. Ultimately, they are all founded on primordial archetypal forms, whose concreteness dates from a time when consciousness did not think, but only perceive. Thoughts were objects of inner perception, not thought at all, but sensed as external phenomena, seen or heard, so to speak. Thought was essentially revelation, not invented but forced upon us, or bringing conviction through its immediacy and actuality. Thinking of this kind precedes the primitive ego consciousness, and the latter is more its object than its subject. But we ourselves have not yet climbed the last peak of consciousness, so we also have a pre-existent thinking, of which we are not aware so long as we are supported by traditional symbols, or to put it in the language of dreams, so long as the father or the king is not dead. I would like to give you an example of how the unconscious thinks and paves the way for solutions. It is the case of a young theological student whom I did not know personally. He was in great straits because of his religious beliefs, and about this time he dreamed the following dream. He was standing in the presence of a handsome old man dressed entirely in black. He knew it was the white magician. This personage had just blessed him with considerable land, and the dreamer could no longer remember what it was about. He had only retained the closing words, and for this, we need the help of the Black Magician. At that moment, the door opened and in came another old man exactly like the first, except that he was dressed in white. He said to the White Magician, "I need your advice," but threw a sidelong, questioning look at the dreamer, whereupon the White Magician answered, "You can speak freely. He is an innocent." The Black Magician then began to relate his story. He had come from a distant land where something extraordinary had happened. The country was ruled by an old king who felt his death near. He, the king, had sought out a tomb for himself. For there were in that land a great number of tombs from ancient times, and the king had chosen the finest for himself. According to legend, a virgin had been buried in it. The king caused the tomb to be opened in order to get it ready for use. But when the bones it contained were exposed to the light of day, they suddenly took on life and changed into a black horse, which at once fled into the desert and there vanished. The Black Magician had heard of this story and immediately set forth in pursuit of the horse. After a journey of many days, always on the tracks of the horse, he came to the desert and crossed to the other side, where the grasslands began again. There he met the horse grazing, and there also he came upon the find on whose account he now needed the advice of the White Magician, for he had found the lost keys of paradise, and he did not know what to do with them. At this exciting moment, the dreamer awoke.
living and run away. I know that love's a game, not overspray. We live and fight another day. When things are dead, the vultures prey. I'm overthinking anyway. From another weekend's
In the light of our earlier remarks, the meaning of the dream is not hard to guess. The old king is the ruling symbol that wants to go to its eternal rest, and in the very place where similar dominants lie buried. His choice falls, fittingly enough, on the grave of Anima, who lies in the death trance of a sleeping beauty so long as the king is alive, that is, so long as a valid principle, prince or princeps, regulates and expresses life. But when the king draws to his end, she comes to life again and changes into a black horse, which in Plato's parable stands for the unruliness of the passions. Anyone who follows this horse comes into the desert, into a wild land remote from men, an image of spiritual and moral isolation. But there lie the keys of paradise. Now, what is paradise? Clearly the Garden of Eden with its two-faced tree of life and knowledge and its 4 streams. In the Christian version, it is also the heavenly city of the Apocalypse, which, like the Garden of Eden, is conceived as a mandala. But the mandala is a symbol of individuation. So it is the black magician who finds the keys to the solution of the problems of belief weighing on the dreamer, the keys that open the way of individuation. The contrast between desert and paradise therefore signifies isolation as contrasted with individuation, or the becoming of the self. This part of the dream is a remarkable paraphrase of the Oxyrhynchus sayings of Jesus, in which the way to the kingdom of heaven is pointed out by animals, and where we find the admonition, "Therefore know yourselves, for you are the city, and the city is the kingdom." It is also a paraphrase of the serpent of paradise, who persuaded our first parents to sin, and who finally leads to the redemption of mankind through the Son of God. As we know, this causal nexus gave rise to the ophitic identification of the serpent with the sotir, savior. The black horse and the black magician are half-evil elements whose relativity with respect to good is hinted at in the exchange of garments. The 2 magicians are indeed 2 aspects of the wise old man, the superior master and teacher, the archetype of the spirit who symbolizes the pre-existent meaning hidden in the chaos of life. He is the father of the soul, and yet the soul, in some miraculous manner, is also his virgin mother, for which reason he was called by the alchemists the first son of the mother. The black magician and the black horse correspond to the descent into darkness in the dreams mentioned earlier. What an unbearably hard lesson for a young student of theology. Fortunately, he was not in the least aware that the father of all prophets had spoken to him in the dream and placed a great secret almost within his grasp. One marvels at the inappropriateness of such occurrences. Why this prodigality? But I have to admit that we do not know how this dream affected the student in the long run, and I must emphasize that to me, at least, the dream had a very great deal to say. It was not allowed to get lost, even though the dreamer did not understand it. The old man in this dream is obviously trying to show how good and evil function together, presumably as an answer to the still unresolved moral conflict in the Christian psyche. With this peculiar relativization of opposites, we find ourselves approaching nearer to the ideas
Ghosts
of the
have a very
peace, to the
particular set of
nirvana
skills.
of Hindu
They will
philosophy,
find you,
the freedom from opposites, which is shown as a possible way of solving the conflict through reconciliation. How perilously fraught with meaning this Eastern relativity of good and evil is can be seen from the Indian aphoristic question: who takes longer to reach perfection? The man who loves God, or the man who hates him? And the answer is, he who loves God takes 7 reincarnations to reach perfection, and he who hates God takes only 3, for he who hates God will think of him more than he who loves him. Freedom from opposites presupposes their functional equivalence, and this offends our Christian feelings. Nonetheless, as our dream example shows, the balanced cooperation of moral opposites is a natural truth which has been recognized just as naturally by the East. The clearest example of this is to be found in Taoist philosophy. But in the Christian tradition, too, there are various sayings that come very close to this standpoint. I need only remind you of the parable of the unjust steward. Our dream is by no means unique in this respect, for the tendency to relativize opposites is a notable peculiarity of the unconscious. One must immediately add, however, that this is true only in cases of exaggerated moral sensibility. In other cases, the unconscious can insist just as inexorably on the irreconcilability of the opposites. As a rule, the standpoint of the unconscious is relative to the conscious attitude. We can probably say, therefore, that our dream presupposes the specific beliefs and doubts of a theological consciousness of Protestant persuasion. This limits the statement of the dream to a definite set of problems. But even with this paring down of its validity, the dream clearly demonstrates the superiority of its standpoint. Fittingly enough, it expresses its meaning in the opinion and voice of a wise magician, who goes back in direct line to the figure of the medicine man in primitive society. He is, like the anima, an immortal demon that pierces the chaotic darknesses of brute life with the light of meaning. He is the enlightener, the master and teacher, a psychopomp whose personification even Nietzsche, that breaker of tablets, could not escape, for he had called up his reincarnation in Zarathustra, the lofty spirit of an almost Homeric age, as the carrier and mouthpiece of his own Dionysian enlightenment and ecstasy. For him, God was dead, but the driving demon of wisdom became, as it were, his bodily double. He himself says, "Then one was changed to two, and Zarathustra passed me by." Zarathustra is more for Nietzsche than a poetic figure. He is an involuntary confession, a testimony. Nietzsche, too, had lost his way in the darknesses of a life that turned its back upon God and Christianity, and that is why there came to him the revealer and enlightener, the speaking fountainhead of his soul. Here is the source of the hieratic language of Zarathustra, for that is the style of this archetype. Modern man, in experiencing this archetype, comes to know that most ancient form of thinking as an autonomous activity whose object he is. Hermes Trismegistus, or the Thoth of Hermetic literature, Orpheus, the Poimandrus, shepherd of men, and his near relation, the Poimen of Hermes, are other formulations of the same experience. If the name Lucifer were not prejudicial, it would be a very suitable one for this archetype. But I have been content to call it the archetype of the wise old man, or of meaning. Like all archetypes, it has a positive and a negative aspect, though I don't want to enter into this here. The reader will find a detailed exposition of the two-facedness of the wise old man in the phenomenology of the spirit in fairy tales. The three archetypes so far discussed, the shadow, the anima, and the wise old man, are of a kind that can be directly experienced in personified form. In the foregoing, I tried to indicate the general psychological conditions in which such an experience arises. But what I conveyed were only abstract generalizations. One could, or rather should, really give a description of the process as it occurs in immediate experience. In the course of this process, the archetypes appear as active personalities in dreams and fantasies. But the process itself involves another class of archetypes which one could call the archetypes of transformation. They are not personalities, but are typical situations, places, ways, and needs that symbolize the kind of transformation in question. Like the personalities, these archetypes are true and genuine symbols that cannot be exhaustively interpreted, either as signs or as allegories. They are genuine symbols precisely because they are ambiguous, full of half-glimpsed meanings, and in the last resort, inexhaustible. The ground principles, the arcs of magia, of the unconscious are indescribable because of their wealth of reference, although in themselves recognizable. The discriminating intellect naturally keeps on trying to establish their singleness of meaning and thus misses the essential point. For what we can above all establish as the one thing consistent with their nature is their manifold meaning, their almost limitless wealth of reference, which makes any unilateral formulation impossible. Besides this, they are in principle paradoxical. Just as for the alchemists, the spirit was conceived as senex et juvenissimum, an old man and a youth at once. If one wants to form a picture of the symbolic process, the series of pictures found in alchemy are good examples, though the symbols they contain are for the most part traditional, despite their often obscure origin and significance. An excellent Eastern example is the Tantric chakra system, or the mystical nerve system of Chinese yoga. It also seems as if the set of pictures in the tarot cards were distantly descended from the archetypes of transformation, a view that has been confirmed for me in a very enlightening lecture by Professor Denis. The symbolic process is an experience in images and of images. Its development usually shows an enantiodromian structure like the text of the I Ching, and so presents a rhythm of negative and positive, loss and gain, dark and light. Its beginning is almost invariably characterized by one's getting stuck in a blind alley or in some impossible situation. And its goal is, broadly speaking, illumination or higher consciousness, by means of which the initial situation is overcome on a higher level. As regards the time factor, the process may be compressed into a single dream or into a short moment of experience, or it may extend over months and years, depending on the nature of the initial situation, the person involved in the process, and the goal to be reached. The wealth of symbols naturally varies enormously from case to case. Although everything is experienced in image form, i.e., symbolically, it is by no means a question of fictitious dangers, but of very real risks upon which the fate of a whole life may depend. The chief danger is that of succumbing to the fascinating influence of the archetypes, and this is most likely to happen when the archetypal images are not made conscious. If there is already a predisposition to psychosis, it may even happen that the archetypal figures, which are endowed with a certain autonomy anyway on account of their natural numinosity, will escape from conscious control altogether and become completely independent, thus producing the phenomena of possession. In the case of an anima possession, for instance, the patient will want to change himself into a woman through self-castration, or he is afraid that something of the sort will be done to him by force. The best known example of this is Schreiber's Memoirs of My Nervous Illness. Patients often discover a whole animal mythology with numerous archaic motifs. A case of this kind was published some time ago by Nelke. Another patient has described his experiences himself and commented on them in a book. I mention these examples because there are still people who think that the archetypes are subjective chimeras of my own brain. The things that come to light brutally in insanity remain hidden in the background in neurosis, but they continue to influence consciousness nonetheless. When, therefore, the analysis penetrates the background of conscious phenomena, it discovers the same archetypal figures that activate the deliriums of psychotics. Finally, there is any amount of literary and historical evidence to prove that in the case of these archetypes, we are dealing with normal types of fantasy that occur practically everywhere, and not with the monstrous products of insanity. The pathological element does not lie in the existence of these ideas, but in the dissociation of consciousness that can no longer control the unconscious. In all cases of dissociation, it is therefore necessary to integrate the unconscious into consciousness. This is a synthetic process which I have termed the individuation process. As a matter of fact, this process follows the natural course of life, a life in which the individual becomes what he always was. Because man has consciousness, a development of this kind does not run very smoothly. Often it is varied and disturbed because consciousness deviates again and again from its archetypal, instinctual foundation and finds itself in opposition to it. There then arises the need for a synthesis of the two positions. This amounts to psychotherapy even on the primitive level, where it takes the form of restitution ceremonies. As examples, I would mention the identification of the Australian Aborigines with their ancestors in the Al-Karinga period, identification with the Sons of the Sun among the Pueblos of Taos, the Helios Apotheosis in the Isis mysteries, and so on. Accordingly, the therapeutic method of complex psychology consists on the one hand in making as fully conscious as possible the constellated unconscious contents, and on the other hand in synthesizing them with consciousness through the act of recognition. Since, however, civilized man possesses a high degree of dissociability and makes continual use of it in order to avoid every possible risk, it is by no means a foregone conclusion that recognition will be followed by the appropriate action. On the contrary, we have to reckon with the singular ineffectiveness of recognition and must therefore insist on a meaningful application of it. Recognition by itself does not as a rule do this, nor does it imply, as such, any moral strength. In these cases, it becomes very clear how much the cure of neurosis is a moral problem. As the archetypes, like all numinous contents, are relatively autonomous, they cannot be integrated simply by rational means, but require a dialectical procedure, a real coming to terms with them, often conducted by the patient in dialogue form, so that, without knowing it, he puts into effect the alchemical definition of the meditatio, an inner colloquy with one's good angel. Usually the process runs a dramatic course, with many ups and downs. It expresses itself in, or is accompanied by, dream symbols that are related to the representations collectives, which in the form of mythological motifs have portrayed psychic processes of transformation since the earliest times. In the short space of a lecture, I must content myself with giving only a few examples of archetypes. I have chosen the ones that play the chief part in an analysis of the masculine psyche, and have tried to give you some idea of the transformation process in which they appear. Since this lecture was first published, the figures of the shadow, anima, and wise old man, together with the corresponding figures of the feminine unconscious, have been dealt with in greater detail in my contributions to the symbolism of the self, and the individuation process in its relation to alchemical symbolism has also been subjected to closer investigation. The concept of the collective unconscious. Probably none of my empirical concepts has met with so much misunderstanding as the idea of the collective unconscious. In what follows, I shall try to give 1. A definition of the concept, 2. A description of what it means for psychology, 3. An explanation of the method of proof, and 4. An example. 1. Definition. The collective unconscious is a part of the psyche which can be negatively distinguished from the personal unconscious by the fact that it does not, like the latter, owe its existence to personal experience, and consequently is not a personal acquisition, while the personal unconscious is made up essentially of contents which have at one time been conscious but which have disappeared from consciousness through having been forgotten or repressed. The contents of the collective unconscious have never been in consciousness, and therefore have never been individually acquired, but owe their existence exclusively to heredity. Whereas the personal unconscious consists for the most part of complexes, the content of the collective unconscious is made up essentially of archetypes. The concept of the archetype, which is an indispensable correlate of the idea of the collective unconscious, indicates the existence of definite forms in the psyche which seem to be present always and everywhere. Mythological research calls them motifs. In the psychology of primitives, they correspond to Lévi-Bruhl's concept of representations collectives, and in the field of comparative religion, they have been defined by Hubert and Mauss as categories of the imagination. Adolf Bastian long ago called them elementary or primordial thoughts. From these references, it should be clear enough that my idea of an archetype, literally a pre-existent form, does not stand alone but is something that is recognized and named in other fields of knowledge. My thesis, then, is as follows. In addition to our immediate consciousness, which is of a thoroughly personal nature and which we believe to be the only empirical psyche, even if we tack on the personal unconscious as an appendix, there exists a second psychic system of a collective, universal, and impersonal nature which is identical in all individuals. This collective unconscious does not develop individually but is inherited. It consists of pre-existent forms, the archetypes, which can only become conscious secondarily and which give definite form to certain psychic contexts. 2. The psychological meaning of collective unconscious medical psychology, growing as it did out of professional practice, insists on the personal nature of the psyche. By this I mean the views of Freud and Adler. 2. The psychological meaning of the collective unconscious. Medical psychology, growing as it did out of professional practice, insists on the personal nature of the psyche. By this I mean the views of Freud and Adler. It is a psychology of the person, and its etiological or causal factors are regarded almost wholly as personal in nature. Nonetheless, even this psychology is based on certain general biological factors, for instance on the sexual instinct or on the urge for self-assertion, which are by no means merely personal peculiarities. It is forced to do this because it lays claim to being an explanatory science. Neither of these views would deny the existence of a priori instincts common to man and animals alike, or that they have a significant influence on personal psychology. Yet instincts are impersonal, universally distributed, hereditary factors of a dynamic or motivating character, which very often fail so completely to reach consciousness that modern psychotherapy is faced with the task of helping the patient to become conscious of them. Moreover, the instincts are not vague and indefinite by nature, but are specifically formed motive forces which, long before there is any consciousness, and in spite of any degree of consciousness later on, pursue their inherent goals. The hypothesis of the collective unconscious is, therefore, no more daring than to assume there are instincts. One admits readily that human activity is influenced to a high degree by instincts, quite apart from the rational motivations of the conscious mind. So if the assertion is made that our imagination, perception, and thinking are likewise influenced by inborn and universally present formal elements, it seems to me that a normally functioning intelligence can discover in this idea just as much or just as little mysticism as in the theory of instincts. Although this reproach of mysticism has frequently been leveled at my concept, I must emphasize yet again that the concept of the collective unconscious is neither a speculative nor a philosophical, but an empirical matter. The question is simply this: are there or are there not unconscious universal forms of this kind? If they exist, then there is a region of the psyche which one can call the collective unconscious. It is true that the diagnosis of the collective unconscious is not always an easy task. It is not sufficient to point out the often obviously archetypal nature of unconscious products, for these can just as well be derived from acquisitions through language and education. Cryptomnesia should also be ruled out, which it is almost impossible to do in certain cases. In spite of all these difficulties, there remain enough individual instances showing the autochthonous revival of mythological motifs to put the matter beyond any reasonable doubt. But if such an unconscious exists at all, psychological explanation must take account of it and submit certain alleged personal etiologies to sharper criticism. What I mean can perhaps best be made clear by a concrete example. You have probably read Freud's discussion of a certain picture by Leonardo da Vinci, Saint Anne with the Virgin Mary and the Christ child. Freud interprets this remarkable picture in terms of the fact that Leonardo himself had two mothers. This causality is personal. We shall not linger over the fact that this picture is far from unique, nor over the minor inaccuracy that Saint Anne happens to be the grandmother of Christ, and not, as required by Freud's interpretation, the mother, but shall simply point out that interwoven with the apparently personal psychology, there is an impersonal motif well known to us from other fields. This is the motif of the dual mother, an archetype to be found in many variants in the field of mythology and comparative religion, and forming the basis of numerous representations collectives. I might mention, for instance, the motif of the dual descent, that is, descent from human and divine parents, as in the case of Heracles, who received immortality through being unwittingly adopted by Hera. What was a myth in Greece was actually a ritual in Egypt. Pharaoh was both human and divine by nature. In the birth chambers of the Egyptian temples, Pharaoh's second divine conception and birth is depicted on the walls. He is twice born. It is an idea that underlies all rebirth mysteries, Christianity included. Christ himself is twice born. Through his baptism in the Jordan, he was regenerated and reborn from water and spirit. Consequently, in the Roman liturgy, the font is designated the uterus ecclesia, and, as you can read in the Roman Missal, it is called this even today, in the benediction of the font on Holy Saturday before Easter. Further, according to an early Christian Gnostic idea, the spirit which appeared in the form of a dove was interpreted as Sophia Sapientia, wisdom and the mother of Christ. Thanks to this motif of the dual birth, children today, instead of having good and evil fairies who magically adopt them at birth with blessings or curses, are given sponsors, a godfather, and a godmother. The idea of a second birth is found at all times and in all places. In the earliest beginnings of medicine, it was a magical means of healing. In many religions, it is the central mystical experience. It is the key idea in medieval occult philosophy. And last but not least, it is an infantile fantasy occurring in numberless children, large and small, who believe that their parents are not their real parents, but merely foster parents to whom they were handed over. Benvenuto Cellini also had this idea, as he himself relates in his autobiography. Now it is absolutely out of the question that all the individuals who believe in a dual descent have, in reality, always had two mothers, or conversely, that those few who shared Leonardo's fate have infected the rest of humanity with their complex. Rather, one cannot avoid the assumption that the universal occurrence of the dual birth motif, together with the fantasy of the two mothers, answers an omnipresent human need which is reflected in these motifs. If Leonardo da Vinci did in fact portray his two mothers in Saint Anne and Mary, which I doubt, he nonetheless was only expressing something which countless millions of people before and after him have believed. The vulture symbol, which Freud also discusses in the work mentioned, makes this view all the more plausible. With some justification, he quotes as the source of the symbol the Hieroglyphica of Horapollo, a book much in use in Leonardo's time. There you read that vultures are female only and symbolize the mother. They conceive through the wind, pneuma. This word took on the meaning of spirit chiefly under the influence of Christianity. Even in the account of the miracle at Pentecost, the pneuma still has the double meaning of wind and spirit. This fact, in my opinion, points without doubt to Mary, who, a virgin by nature, conceived through the pneuma like a vulture. Furthermore, according to Horapollo, The vulture also symbolizes Athena, who sprang, unbegotten, directly from the head of Zeus, was a virgin, and knew only spiritual motherhood. All this is really an allusion to Mary and the rebirth motif. There is not a shadow of evidence that Leonardo meant anything else by his picture. Even if it is correct to assume that he identified himself with the Christ child, he was in all probability representing the mythological dual mother motif, and by no means his own personal history. And what about all the other artists who painted the same theme? Surely not all of them had two mothers. Let us now transpose Leonardo's case to the field of the neuroses and assume that a patient with a mother complex is suffering from the delusion that the cause of his neurosis lies in his having really had two mothers. The personal interpretation would have to admit that he is right, and yet it would be quite wrong. For in reality, the cause of his neurosis would lie in the reactivation of the dual mother archetype, quite regardless of whether he had one mother or two mothers, because, as we have seen, this archetype functions individually and historically without any reference to the relatively rare occurrence of dual motherhood. In such a case, it is of course tempting to presuppose so simple and personal a cause, yet the hypothesis is not only inexact but totally false. It is admittedly difficult to understand how a dual mother motif, unknown to a physician trained only in medicine, could have so great a determining power as to produce the effect of a traumatic condition. But if we consider the tremendous powers that lie hidden in the mythological and religious sphere in man, the etiological significance of the archetype appears less fantastic. In numerous cases of neurosis, the cause of the disturbance lies in the very fact that the psychic life of the patient lacks the cooperation of these motor forces. Nevertheless, a purely personalistic psychology, by reducing everything to personal causes, tries its level best to deny the existence of archetypal motifs and even seeks to destroy them by personal analysis. I consider this a rather dangerous procedure which cannot be justified medically. Today you can judge better than you could 20 years ago the nature of the forces involved. Can we not see how a whole nation is reviving an archaic symbol, yes, even archaic religious forms, and how this mass emotion is influencing and revolutionizing the life of the individual in a catastrophic manner? The man of the past is alive in us today to a degree undreamt of before the war. And in the last analysis, what is the fate of great nations but a summation of the psychic changes in individuals? So far as a neurosis is really only a private affair, having its roots exclusively in personal causes, archetypes play no role at all. But if it is a question of a general incompatibility or an otherwise injurious condition productive of neuroses in relatively large numbers of individuals, then we must assume the presence of constellated archetypes. Since neuroses are in most cases not just private concerns but social phenomena, we must assume that archetypes are constellated in these cases too. The archetype corresponding to the situation is activated, and as a result, those explosive and dangerous forces hidden in the archetype come into action, frequently with unpredictable consequences. There is no lunacy people under the domination of an archetype will not fall a prey to. If 30 years ago anyone had dared to predict that our psychological development was tending towards a revival of the medieval persecutions of the Jews, that Europe would again tremble before the Roman fasces and the tramp of legions, that people would once more give the Roman salute, as 2,000 years ago, and that instead of the Christian cross, an archaic swastika would lure onward millions of warriors ready for death, why, that man would have been hooted at as a mystical fool. And today, surprising as it may seem, all this absurdity is a horrible reality. Private life, private ideologies, and private neuroses have become almost a fiction in the world of today. The man of the past who lived in a world of archaic representations collectives has risen again into very visible and painfully real life, and this not only in a few unbalanced individuals but in many millions of people. There are as many archetypes as there are typical situations in life. Endless repetition has engraved these experiences into our psychic constitution, not in the form of images filled with content, but at first only as forms without content, representing merely the possibility of a certain type of perception and action. When a situation occurs which corresponds to a given archetype, that archetype becomes activated and a compulsiveness appears, which, like an instinctual drive, gains its way against all reason and will, or else produces a conflict of pathological dimensions, that is to say, a neurosis. 3. Method of proof. We must now turn to the question of how the existence of archetypes can be produced. Since archetypes are supposed to produce certain psychic forms, we must discuss how and where one can get hold of the material demonstrating these forms. The main source, then, is dreams, which have the advantage of being involuntary, spontaneous products of the unconscious psyche, and are therefore pure products of nature not falsified by any conscious purpose. By questioning the individual, one can ascertain which of the motifs appearing in the dream are known to him. From those which are unknown to him, we must naturally exclude all motifs which might be known to him, as for instance, to revert to the case of Leonardo, the vulture symbol. We are not sure whether Leonardo took this symbol from Apollo or not, although it would have been perfectly possible for an educated person of that time, because in those days artists were distinguished for their wide knowledge of the humanities. Therefore, although the bird motif is an archetype par excellence, its existence in Leonardo's fantasy would still prove nothing. Consequently, we must look for motifs which could not possibly be known to the dreamer, and yet behave functionally in his dream in such a manner as to coincide with the functioning of the archetype known from historical sources. Another source for the material we need is to be found in active imagination. By this I mean a sequence of fantasies produced by deliberate concentration. I have found that the existence of unrealized, unconscious fantasies increases the frequency and intensity of dreams, and that when these fantasies are made conscious, the dreams change their character and become weaker and less frequent. From this, I have drawn the conclusion that dreams often contain fantasies which want to become conscious. The sources of dreams are often repressed instincts which have a natural tendency to influence the conscious mind. In cases of this sort, the patient is simply given the task of contemplating any one fragment of fantasy that seems significant to him, a chance idea perhaps, or something he has become conscious of in a dream, until its context becomes visible, that is to say, the relevant associative material in which it is embedded. It is not a question of the free association recommended by Freud for the purpose of dream analysis, but of elaborating the fantasy by observing the further fantasy material that adds itself to the fragment in a natural manner. This is not the place to enter upon a technical discussion of the method. Suffice it to say that the resultant sequence of fantasies relieves the unconscious and produces material rich in archetypal images and associations. Obviously, this is a method that can only be used in certain carefully selected cases. The method is not entirely without danger, because it may carry the patient too far away from reality. A warning against thoughtless application is therefore in place. Finally, very interesting sources of archetypal material are to be found in the delusions of paranoiacs, the fantasies observed in trance states, and the dreams of early childhood, from the 3rd to the 5th year. Such material is available in profusion, but it is valueless unless one can use convincing mythological parallels. It does not, of course, suffice simply to connect a dream about a snake with the mythological occurrence of snakes, for who is to guarantee that the functional meaning of the snake in the dream is the same as in the mythological setting? In order to draw a valid parallel, It is necessary to know the functional meaning of the individual symbol, and then to find out whether the apparently parallel mythological symbol has a similar context and therefore the same functional meaning. Establishing such facts not only requires lengthy and wearisome researches, but is also an ungrateful subject for demonstration. As the symbols must not be torn out of their context, one has to launch forth into exhaustive descriptions, personal as well as symbological, and this is practically impossible in the framework of a lecture. I have repeatedly tried it at the risk of sending one half of my audience to sleep. 4. An example. I am choosing as an example a case which, though already published, I use again because its brevity makes it peculiarly suitable for illustration. Moreover, I can add certain remarks which were omitted in the previous publication. About 1906, I came across a very curious delusion of paranoid schizophrenia that had been returning for many years. The patient had suffered since his youth and was incurable. He had been educated at a state school and been employed as a clerk in an office. He had no special gifts, and I myself knew nothing of mythology or archaeology in those days, so the situation was not in any way suspect. One day I found the patient standing at the window, wagging his head and blinking into the sun. He told me to do the same, for then I would see something very interesting. When I asked him what he saw, he was astonished that I could see nothing and said, "Surely you see the sun's penis. When I move my head to and fro, it moves too, and that is where the wind comes from." Naturally, I didn't understand this strange idea in the least, but I made a note of it. Then about 4 years later, during my mythological studies, I came upon a book by the late Albrecht Dieterich, the well-known philologist, which threw light on this fantasy. The work, published in 1910, deals with a Greek papyrus in the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris. Dieterich believed he had discovered a Mithraic ritual in one part of the text. The text is undoubtedly a religious prescription for carrying out certain incantations in which Mithras is named. It comes from the Alexandrian school of mysticism and shows affinities with certain passages in the Leiden Papyri and the Corpus Hermeticum. In Dieterich's text, we read the following directions. Draw breath from the rays. Draw in 3 times as strongly as you can, and you will feel yourself raised up and walking towards the height, and you will seem to be in the middle of the aerial region. The path of the visible gods will appear through the disk of the sun, who is God my Father. Likewise, the so-called tube, the origin of the ministering wind. For you will see hanging down from the disk of the sun something that looks like a tube. And towards the regions westward, it is as though there were an infinite east wind. But if the other wind should prevail towards the regions of the east, you will in like manner see the vision veering in that direction. It is obviously the author's intention to enable the reader to experience the vision which he had, or which at least he believes in. The reader is to be initiated into the inner religious experience either of the author, or, what seems more likely, of one of those mystic communities of which Philo Judaeus gives contemporary accounts. The fire or sun god here invoked is a figure which has close historical parallels, for instance with the Christ figure of the Apocalypse. It is therefore a representation collective, as are also the ritual actions described, such as the imitating of animal noises, etc. The vision is embedded in a religious context of a distinctly ecstatic nature and describes a kind of initiation into mystic experience of the deity. Our patient was about 10 years older than I. In his megalomania, he thought he was God and Christ in one person. His attitude towards me was patronizing. He liked me probably because I was the only person with any sympathy for his abstruse ideas. His delusions were mainly religious, and when he invited me to blink into the sun like he did and waggle my head, he obviously wanted to let me share his vision. He played the role of the mystic sage, and I was the neophyte. He He felt he was the sun god himself, creating the wind by wagging his head to and fro. The ritual transformation into the deity is attested by Apuleius and the Isis mysteries, and moreover in the form of a Helios apotheosis. The meaning of the ministering wind is probably the same as the procreative pneuma, which streams from the sun god into the soul and fructifies it. The association of sun and wind frequently occurs in ancient symbolism. It must now be shown that this is not a purely chance coincidence of two isolated cases. We must therefore show that the idea of a wind tube connected with God or the sun exists independently of these two testimonies, and that it occurs at other times and in other places. Now there are, as a matter of fact, medieval paintings that depict the fructification of Mary with a tube or hose pipe coming down from the throne of God and passing into her body, and we can see the dove or the Christ child flying down it. The dove represents the fructifying agent, the wind of the Holy Ghost. Now it is quite out of the question that the patient could have had any knowledge whatever of a Greek papyrus published 4 years later, and it is in the highest degree unlikely that his vision had anything to do with the rare medieval representations of the conception, even if through some incredibly improbable chance he had ever seen a copy of such a painting. The patient was certified in his early 20s. He had never traveled, and there is no such picture in the public art gallery in Zurich, his native town. I mention this case not in order to prove that the vision is an archetype, but only to show you my method of procedure in the simplest possible form. If we had only such cases, the task of investigation would be relatively easy, but in reality the proof is much more complicated. First of all, certain symbols have to be isolated clearly enough to be recognizable as typical phenomena, not just matters of chance. This is done by examining a series of dreams, say a few hundred, for typical figures, and by observing their development in a series. The same method can be applied to the products of active imagination. In this way, it is possible to establish certain continuities or modulations of one and the same figure. You can select any figure which gives the impression of being an archetype by its behavior in the series of dreams or visions. If the material at one's disposal has been well observed and is sufficiently ample, one can discover interesting facts about the variations undergone by a single type. Not only the type itself, but its variants too can be substantiated by evidence from comparative mythology and ethnology. I have described the method of investigation elsewhere and have also furnished the necessary case material. Concerning the archetypes, with special reference to the anima concept. Although modern man appears to believe that the non-empirical approach to psychology is a thing of the past, his general attitude remains very much the same as it was before, when psychology was identified with some theory about the psyche. In academic circles, a drastic revolution in methodology, initiated by Fechner and Wundt, was needed in order to make clear to the scientific world that psychology was a field of experience and not a philosophical theory. To the increasing materialism of the late 19th century, however, it meant nothing that there had once been an experimental psychology to which we owe many descriptions that are still valuable today. I have only to mention Dr. Justinus Kerner's Seherin von Prevorst. All romantic descriptions in psychology were anathema to the new developments in scientific method. The exaggerated expectations of this experimental laboratory science were reflected in Fechner's psychophysics, and its results today take the form of psychological tests and a general shifting of the scientific standpoint in favor of phenomenology. Nevertheless, it cannot be maintained that the phenomenological point of view has made much headway. Theory still plays far too great a role, instead of being included in phenomenology as it should. Even Freud, whose empirical attitude is beyond doubt, coupled his theory as a sine qua non with his method, as if psychic phenomena had to be viewed in a certain light in order to mean something. All the same, it was Freud who cleared the ground for the investigation of complex phenomena, at least in the field of neurosis. But the ground he cleared extended only so far as certain basic physiological concepts permitted, so that it looked almost as if psychology were an offshoot of the physiology of the instinct. This limitation of psychology was very welcome to the materialistic outlook of that time, nearly 50 years ago, and despite our altered view of the world, it still is in large measure today. It gives us not only the advantage of a delimited field of work, but also an excellent excuse not to bother with what goes on in the wider world. Thus, it was overlooked by the whole of medical psychology that a psychology of the neuroses, such as Freud's, is left hanging in mid-air if it lacks knowledge of a general phenomenology. It was also overlooked that in the field of the neuroses, Pierre Janet, even before Freud, had begun to build up a descriptive methodology without loading it with too many theoretical and philosophical assumptions. Biographical descriptions of psychic phenomena, going beyond the strictly medical field, were represented chiefly by the work of the philosopher Theodore Flournoy of Geneva, in his account of the psychology of an unusual personality. This was followed by the first attempt at synthesis, William James's Varieties of Religious Experience, 1902. I owe it mainly to these two investigators that I learned to understand the nature of psychic disturbances within the setting of the human psyche as a whole. I myself did experimental work for several years, but through my intensive studies of the neuroses and psychoses, I had to admit that, however desirable quantitative definitions may be, it is impossible to do without qualitatively descriptive methods. Medical psychology has recognized that the salient facts are extraordinarily complex and can be grasped only through descriptions based on case material, but this method presupposes freedom from theoretical prejudice. Every science is descriptive at the point where it can no longer proceed experimentally, without on that account ceasing to be scientific. But an experimental science makes itself impossible when it delimits its field of work in accordance with theoretical concepts. The psyche does not come to an end where some physiological assumption or other stops. In other words, in each individual case that we observe scientifically, we have to consider the manifestations of the psyche in their totality. These reflections are essential when discussing an empirical concept like that of the anima. As against the constantly reiterated prejudice that this is a theoretical invention or, worse still, sheer mythology, I must emphasize that the concept of the anima is a purely empirical concept, whose sole purpose is to give a name to a group of related or analogous psychic phenomena. The concept does no more and means no more than, shall we say, the concept arthropods, which includes all animals with articulated body and limbs, and so gives a name to this phenomenological group. The prejudice I have mentioned stems, regrettable though this is, from ignorance. My critics are not acquainted with the phenomena in question, for these lie mostly outside the pale of merely medical knowledge, in a realm of universal human experience. But the psyche, which the medical man has to do with, does not worry about the limitations of his knowledge. It manifests a life of its own and reacts to influences coming from every field of human experience. Its nature shows itself not merely in the personal sphere or in the instinctual or social, but in phenomena of worldwide distribution. So if we want to understand the psyche, we have to include the whole world. For practical reasons, we can, indeed must, delimit our fields of work, but this should be done only with the conscious recognition of limitation. The more complex the phenomena which we have to do with in practical treatment, the wider must be our frame of reference and the greater the corresponding knowledge. Anyone, therefore, who does not know the universal distribution and significance of the syzygy motif in the psychology of primitives, in mythology, in comparative religion, and in the history of literature, can hardly claim to say anything about the concept of the animal. His knowledge of the psychology of the neuroses may give him some idea of it, but it is only a knowledge of its general phenomenology that could open his eyes to the real meaning of what he encounters in individual cases, often in pathologically distorted form. Although common prejudice still believes that the sole essential basis of our knowledge is given exclusively from outside, and that nihil est in intellectu quod non antea fuerit in sensu, it nevertheless remains true that the thoroughly respectable atomic theory of Leucippus and Democritus was not based on any observations of atomic fission, but on a mythological conception of smallest particles, which, as the smallest animated parts, the soul atoms are known even to the still Paleolithic inhabitants of Central Australia. How much soul is projected into the unknown in the world of external appearances is, of course, familiar to anyone acquainted with the natural science and natural philosophy of the ancients. It is, in fact, so much that we are absolutely incapable of saying how the world is constituted in itself, and always shall be, since we are obliged to convert physical events into psychic processes as soon as we want to say anything about knowledge. But who can guarantee that this conversion produces anything like an adequate, objective picture of the world? That could only be if the physical event were also a psychic one. But a great distance still seems to separate us from such an assertion. Till then, we must for better or worse content ourselves with the assumption that the psyche supplies those images and forms which alone make knowledge of objects possible. These forms are generally supposed to be transmitted by tradition, so that we speak of atoms today because we have heard directly or indirectly of the atomic theory of Democritus. But where did Democritus, or whoever first spoke of minimal constitutive elements, hear of atoms? This notion had its origin in archetypal ideas, that is, in primordial images which were never reflections of physical events, but are spontaneous products of the psychic factor. Despite the materialistic tendency to understand the psyche as a mere reflection or imprint of physical and chemical processes, there is not a single proof of this hypothesis. Quite the contrary, innumerable facts prove that the psyche translates physical processes into sequences of images which have hardly any recognizable connection with the objective process. The materialistic hypothesis is much too bold and flies in the face of experience with almost metaphysical presumption. The only thing that can be established with certainty in the present state of our knowledge is our ignorance of the nature of the psyche. There is thus no ground at all for regarding the psyche as something secondary or as an epiphenomenon. On the contrary, there is every reason to regard it, at least hypothetically, as a factor sui generis, and to go on doing so until it has been sufficiently proved that psychic processes can be fabricated in a retort. We have laughed at the claims of the alchemists to be able to manufacture a lapis philosophorum consisting of body, soul, and spirit as impossible. Hence we should stop dragging along with us the logical consequence of this medieval assumption, namely the materialistic prejudice regarding the psyche, as though it were a proven fact. It will not be so easy to reduce complex psychic facts to a chemical formula. Hence, the psychic factor must, ex hypothesi, be regarded for the present as an autonomous reality of enigmatic character, primarily because, judging from all we know, it appears to be essentially different from physico-chemical processes. Even if we do not ultimately know what its substantiality is, this is equally true of physical objects and of matter in general. So if we regard the psyche as an independent factor, we must logically conclude that there is a psychic life which is not subject to the caprices of our will, If, then, those qualities of elusiveness, superficiality, shadowiness, and indeed of futility attach to anything psychic, this is primarily true of the subjective psychic, i.e., the contents of consciousness, but not of the objective psychic, the unconscious, which is an a priori conditioning factor of consciousness and its contents. From the unconscious, there emanate determining influences which, independently of tradition, guarantee in every single individual a similarity and even a sameness of experience, and also of the way it is represented imaginatively. One of the main proofs of this is the almost universal parallelism between mythological motifs, which, on account of their quality as primordial images, I have called archetypes. One of these archetypes, which is of paramount practical importance for the psychotherapist, I have named animal. This Latin expression is meant to denote something that should not be confused with any dogmatic Christian idea of the soul or with any of the previous philosophical conceptions of it. If one wishes to form anything like a concrete conception of what this term covers, one would do better to go back to a classical author like Macrobius, or to classical Chinese philosophy, where the anima, po or que, is regarded as the feminine and chthonic part of the soul. A parallel of this kind always runs the risk of metaphysical concretism, which I do my best to avoid, though any attempt at graphic description is bound to succumb to it up to a point. For we are dealing here not with an abstract concept, but with an empirical one, and the form in which it appears necessarily clings to it, so that it cannot be described at all except in terms of its specific phenomenology. Unperturbed by the philosophical pros and cons of the age, a scientific psychology must regard those transcendental intuitions that sprang from the human mind in all ages as projections, that is, as psychic contents that were extrapolated in metaphysical space and hypostatized. We encounter the anima historically above all in the divine syzygies, the male-female pairs of deities. These reach down, on the one side, into the obscurities of primitive mythology, and up, on the other, into the philosophical speculations of Gnosticism and of classical Chinese philosophy, where the cosmogonic pair of concepts are designated yang, masculine, and yin, feminine. We can safely assert that these syzygies are as universal as the existence of man and woman. From this fact, we may reasonably conclude that man's imagination is bound by this motif, so that he was largely compelled to project it again and again, at all times and in all places. Now, as we know from psychotherapeutic experience, projection is an unconscious, automatic process whereby a content that is unconscious to the subject transfers itself to an object so that it seems to belong to that object. The projection ceases the moment it becomes conscious. That is to say, when it is seen as belonging to the subject. Thus, the polytheistic heaven of the ancients owes its depotentiation not least to the view first propounded by Euhemeros, who maintained that the gods were nothing but reflections of human character. It is indeed easy to show that the divine pair is simply an idealization of the parents or of some other human couple, which for some reason appeared in heaven. This assumption would be simple enough if projection were not an unconscious process, but were a conscious intention. It would generally be supposed that one's own parents are the best known of all individuals, the ones of which the subject is most conscious. But precisely for this reason, they could not be projected, because projection always contains something of which the subject is not conscious and which seems not to belong to him. The image of the parents is the very one that could be projected least, because it is too conscious. In reality, however, it is just the parental imagos that seem to be projected most frequently, a fact so obvious that one could almost draw the conclusion that it is precisely the conscious contents which are projected. This can be seen most plainly in cases of transference. where it is perfectly clear to the patient that the father imago, or even the mother imago, is projected onto the analyst, and he even sees through the incest fantasies bound up with them, without, however, being freed from the reactive effect of his projection, i.e., from the transference. In other words, he behaves exactly as if he had not seen through his projection at all. Experience shows that projection is never conscious. Projections are always there first and are recognized afterwards. We must therefore assume that, over and above the incest fantasy, highly emotional contents are still bound up with the parental imagos and need to be made conscious. They are obviously more difficult to make conscious than the incest fantasy, which are supposed to have been repressed through violent resistance and to be unconscious for that reason. Supposing this view is correct, we are driven to the conclusion that besides the incest fantasy, there must be contents which are repressed through a still greater resistance. Since it is difficult to imagine anything more repellent than incest, we find ourselves rather at a loss to answer this question. If we let practical experience speak, it tells us that, apart from the incest fantasy, religious ideas are associated with the parental imagos. I do not need to cite historical proofs of this, as they are known to all. But what about the alleged objectionableness of religious associations? Someone once observed that in ordinary society it is more embarrassing to talk about God at table than to tell a risque story. Indeed, for many people it is more bearable to admit their sexual fantasies than to be forced to confess that their analyst is a savior, for the former are biologically legitimate, whereas the latter instance is definitely pathological, and this is something we greatly fear. It seems to me, however, that we make too much of resistance. The phenomena in question can be explained just as easily by lack of imagination and reflectiveness, which makes the act of conscious realization so difficult for the patient. He may perhaps have no particular resistance to religious ideas, only the thought has never occurred to him that he could seriously regard his analyst as a god or savior. Mere reason alone is sufficient to protect him from such illusions. But he is less slow to assume that his analyst thinks himself one. When one is dogmatic oneself, it is notoriously easy to take other people for prophets and founders of religions. Now, religious ideas, as history shows, are charged with an extremely suggestive, emotional power. Among them, I naturally reckon all representations collectives, everything that we learn from the history of religion, and anything that has an ism attached to it. The latter is only a modern variant of the denominational religions. A man may be convinced in all good faith that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he no longer has any dominating representation collective. His very materialism, atheism, communism, socialism, liberalism, intellectualism, existentialism, or whatnot, testifies against his innocence. Somewhere or other, overtly or covertly, he is possessed by a supraordinate idea. The psychologist knows how much religious ideas have to do with the parental imagos. History has preserved overwhelming evidence of this, quite apart from modern medical findings, which have even led certain people to suppose that the relationship to the parents is the real origin of religious ideas. This hypothesis is based on very poor knowledge of the facts. In the first place, one should not simply translate the family psychology of modern man into a context of primitive conditions, where things are so very different. Secondly, one should beware of ill-considered tribal father and primal horde fantasies. Thirdly, and most importantly, one should have the most accurate knowledge of the phenomenology of religious experience, which is a subject in itself. Psychological investigations in this field have so far not fulfilled any of these three conditions. The only thing we know positively from psychological experience is that theistic ideas are associated with the parental imagos, and that our patients are mostly unconscious of them. If the corresponding projections cannot be withdrawn through insight, then we have every reason to suspect the presence of emotional contents of a religious nature, regardless of the rationalistic resistance of the patient. So far as we have any information about man, we know that he has always and everywhere been under the influence of dominating ideas. Anyone who alleges that he is not immediately be suspected of having exchanged a known form of belief for a variant which is less known both to himself and to others. Instead of theism, he is a devotee of atheism. Instead of Dionysus, he favors the more modern Mithras. And instead of heaven, he seeks paradise on earth. A man without a dominating representation collective would be a thoroughly abnormal phenomenon. But such a person exists only in the fantasies of isolated individuals who are deluded about themselves. They are mistaken not only about the existence of religious ideas, but also and more especially about their intensity. The archetype behind a religious idea has, like every instinct, its specific energy, which it does not lose even if the conscious mind ignores it. Just as it can be assumed with the greatest probability that every man possesses all the average human functions and qualities, so we may expect the presence of normal religious factors. The archetypes and this expectation does not prove fallacious. Anyone who succeeds in putting off the mantle of faith can do so only because another lies close to hand. No one can escape the prejudice of being human. The representations collectives have a dominating power, so it is not surprising that they are repressed with the most intense resistance. When repressed, they do not hide behind any trifling thing but behind ideas and figures that have already become problematical for other reasons and intensify and complicate their dubious nature. For instance, everything that we would like, in infantile fashion, to attribute to our parents or blame them for is blown up to fantastic proportions from this secret source, and for this reason it remains an open question how much of the ill-reputed incest fantasy is to be taken seriously. Behind the parental pair, or pair of lovers, lie contents of extreme tension which are not apperceived in consciousness and can therefore become perceptible only through projection. That projections of this kind do actually occur and are not just traditional opinions is attested by historical documents. These show that syzygies were projected which were in complete contradiction to the traditional beliefs, and that they were often experienced in the form of a vision. One of the most instructive examples in this respect is the vision of the recently canonized Nicholas of Fleury, a Swiss mystic of the 15th century, of whose visions we possess reports by his contemporaries. In the visions that marked his initiation into the state of adoption by God, God appeared in dual form, once as a majestic father and once as a majestic mother. This representation could not be more unorthodox, since the Church had eliminated the feminine element from the Trinity 1,000 years earlier as heretical. Brother Klaus was a simple, unlettered peasant who doubtless had received none but the approved church teaching, and was certainly not acquainted with the Gnostic interpretation of the Holy Ghost as the feminine and motherly Sophia. His so-called Trinity vision is at the same time a perfect example of the intensity of projected context. Brother Klaus's psychological situation was eminently suited to a projection of this kind, for his conscious idea of God was so little in accord with the unconscious content that the latter had to appear in the form of an alien and shattering experience. We must conclude from this that it was not the traditional idea of God, but, on the contrary, an heretical image that realized itself in visionary form, an archetypal interpretation which came to life again spontaneously, independently of tradition. It was the archetype of the divine pair, the syzygy. There is a very similar case in the visions of Guillaume de Digouleville, which are described in Le Pèlerinage de l'Âme. He saw God in the highest heaven as the king on a shining round throne, and beside him sat the queen of heaven on a throne of brown crystal. For a monk of the Cistercian order, which as we know is distinguished for its severity, this vision is exceedingly heretical. So here again, the condition for projection is fulfilled. Another impressive account of the syzygy vision can be found in the work of Edward Maitland, who wrote the biography of Anna Kingsford. There he describes in detail his own experience of God, which, like that of Brother Klaus, consisted in a vision of light. He says, "This was God as the Lord, proving by his duality that God is substance as well as force, love as well as will, feminine as well as masculine, mother as well as father." These few examples may suffice to characterize the experience of projection and those features of it which are independent of tradition. We can hardly get round the hypothesis that an emotionally charged content is lying ready in the unconscious and springs into projection at a certain moment. This content is the syzygy motif, and it expresses the fact that a masculine element is always paired with a feminine one. The wide distribution and extraordinary emotionality of this motif prove that it is a fundamental psychic factor of great practical importance, no matter whether the individual psychotherapist or psychologist understands where and in what way it influences his special field of work. Microbes, as we know, played their dangerous role long before they were discovered. As I have said, it is natural to suspect the parental pair in all syzygies. The feminine part, the mother, corresponds to the anima, but since, for the reasons discussed above, consciousness of the object prevents its projection, there is nothing for it but to assume that parents are also the least known of all human beings, and consequently that an unconscious reflection of the parental pair exists which is as unlike them, as utterly alien and incommensurable as a man compared with a god. It would be conceivable, and has, as we know, been asserted, that the unconscious reflection is none other than the image of father and mother that was acquired in early childhood, overvalued, and later repressed on account of the incest fantasy associated with it. This hypothesis presupposes that the image was once conscious, otherwise it could not have been repressed. It also presupposes that the act of moral repression has itself become unconscious, for otherwise the act would remain preserved in consciousness together with the memory of the repressive moral reaction, from which the nature of the thing repressed could easily be recognized. I do not want to enlarge on these misgivings, but would merely like to emphasize that there is general agreement on one point, that the parental imago comes into existence not in the pre-puberal period or at a time when consciousness is more or less developed, but in the initial stages between the first and fourth year, when consciousness does not show any real continuity and is characterized by a kind of island-like discontinuity. The ego relationship that is required for continuity of consciousness is present only in part, so that a large proportion of psychic life at this stage runs on in a state which can only be described as relatively unconscious. At all events, it is a state which would give the impression of a somnambulistic, dream or twilight state if observed in an adult. These states, as we know from the observation of small children, are always characterized by an apperception of reality filled with fantasies. The fantasy images outweigh the influence of sensory stimuli and mold them into conformity with a pre-existing psychic image. It is, in my view, a great mistake to suppose that the psyche of a newborn child is a tabula rasa, in the sense that there is absolutely nothing in it. Insofar as the child is born with a differentiated brain that is predetermined by heredity and therefore individualized, it meets sensory stimuli coming from outside not with any aptitudes, but with specific ones, and this necessarily results in a particular individual choice and pattern of apperception. These aptitudes can be shown to be inherited instincts and performed patterns, the latter being the a priori and formal conditions of apperception that are based on instinct. Their presence gives the world of the child and the dreamer its anthropomorphic stamp. They are the archetypes which direct all fantasy activity into its appointed paths, and in this way produce, in the fantasy images of children's dreams as well as in the delusions of schizophrenia, astonishing mythological parallels such as can also be found, though in lesser degree, in the dreams of normal persons and neurotics. It is not, therefore, a question of inherited ideas, but of inherited possibilities of ideas. Nor are they individual acquisitions, but, in the main, common to all, as can be seen from the universal occurrence of the archetypes. Just as the archetypes occur on the ethnological level as myths, so also they are found in every individual, and their effect is always strongest. That is, they anthropomorphize reality most, where consciousness is weakest and most restricted, and where fantasy can overrun the facts of the outer world. This condition is undoubtedly present in the child during the first years of its life. It therefore seems to be more probable that the archetypal form of the divine syzygy first covers up and assimilates the image of the real parents until, with increasing consciousness, the real figures of the parents are perceived, often to the child's disappointment. Nobody knows better than the psychotherapist that the mythologizing of the parents is often pursued far into adulthood and is given up only with the greatest resistance. I remember a case that was presented to me as the victim of a high-grade mother and castration complex, which had still not been overcome in analysis. Without any hint from me, the man had made some drawings which showed the mother first as a superhuman, and then as a I was especially struck by the fact that a castration had obviously been performed on the mother, for in front of her gory genitals they cut off male sexual organs. The drawings clearly represented a diminishing climax. First, the mother was a divine hermaphrodite, who then, through the son's disappointing experience of reality, was robbed of its androgynous, platonic perfection, and changed into the woeful figure of an ordinary old woman. Thus, from the very beginning, from the son's earliest childhood, the mother was assimilated to the archetypal idea of the syzygy, or conjunction of male and female, and for this reason appeared perfect and superhuman. The latter quality invariably attaches to the archetype and explains why the archetype appears strange and as if not belonging to consciousness, and also why, if the subject identifies with it, it often causes a devastating change of personality, generally in the form of megalomania or its opposite. The son's disappointment affected a castration of the hermaphroditic mother. This was the patient's so-called castration complex. He had tumbled down from his childhood Olympus and was no longer the son hero of a divine mother. His so-called fear of castration was fear of real life, which refused to come up to his erstwhile childish expectations, and everywhere lacked that mythological meaning which he still dimly remembered from his earliest youth. His life was, in the truest sense of the word, godless, and that, for him, though he did not realize it, meant a dire loss of hope and energy. He thought of himself as castrated, which is a very plausible neurotic misunderstanding, so plausible that it could even be turned into a theory of neurosis. Because people have always feared that the connection with the instinctive archetypal stage of consciousness might get lost in the course of life, the custom has long since been adopted of giving the newborn child, in addition to his bodily parents, two godparents, a godfather and a godmother, who are supposed to be responsible for the spiritual welfare of their godchild. They represent the pair of gods who appear at its birth, thus illustrating the dual birth motif. The anima image which lends the mother such superhuman glamour in the eyes of the son gradually becomes tarnished by commonplace reality and sinks back into the unconscious, but without in any way losing its original tension and instinctivity. It is ready to spring out and project itself at the first opportunity, the moment a woman makes an impression that is out of the ordinary. We then have Goethe's experience with Frau von Stein and its repercussions in the figures of Mignon and Gretchen all over again. In the case of Gretchen, Goethe also showed us the whole underlying metaphysic. The love life of a man reveals the psychology of this archetype in the form either of boundless fascination, overvaluation, and infatuation, or of misogyny in all its gradations and variants, none of which can be explained by the real nature of the object in question, but only by a transference of the mother complex. The complex, however, was caused in the first place by the assimilation of the mother, in itself normal and ubiquitous phenomenon, to the pre-existent feminine side of an archetypal male-female pair of opposites, and secondly by an abnormal delay in detaching from the primordial image of the mother. Actually, nobody can stand the total loss of the archetype. When that happens, it gives rise to that frightful discontent in our culture, where nobody feels at home because a father and mother are missing. Everyone knows the divisions that religion has always made in this respect. Unfortunately, there are very many people who thoughtlessly go on asking whether these provisions are true, when it is really a question of a psychological need. Nothing is achieved by explaining them away rationalistically. When projected, the anima always has a feminine form with definite characteristics. This empirical finding does not mean that the archetype is constituted like that in itself. The male-female syzygy is only one among the possible pairs of opposites, albeit the most important one in practice. It has numerous connections with other pairs which do not display any sex differences at all and can therefore be put into the sexual category only by main force. These connections with their manifold shades of meaning, more particularly in Kundalini Yoga, in Gnosticism, and above all in alchemical philosophy, quite apart from the spontaneous fantasy products in neurotic and psychotic cases. When one carefully considers this accumulation of data, it begins to seem probable that an archetype in its quiescent, unprojected state has no exactly determinable form, but is in itself an indefinite structure which can assume definite forms only in projection. This seems to contradict the concept of type. If I am not mistaken, it not only seems but actually is a contradiction. Empirically speaking, we are dealing all the time with types, definite forms that can be named and distinguished. But as soon as you divest these types of the phenomenology presented by the case material and try to examine them in relation to other archetypal forms, they branch out into such far-reaching ramifications in the history of symbols that one comes to the conclusion that the basic psychic elements are infinitely varied and ever-changing, so as utterly to defy our powers of imagination. The empiricist must therefore content himself with a theoretical as if. In this respect, he is no worse off than the atomic physicist, even though his method is not based on quantitative measurement, but is a morphological descriptive one. Anima is a factor of the utmost importance in the psychology of man wherever emotions and affects are at work. She intensifies, exaggerates, falsifies, and mythologizes all emotional relations with his work and with other people of both sexes. The resultant fantasies and entanglements are all her doing. When the anima is strongly constellated, she softens the man's character and makes him touchy, irritable, moody, jealous, vain, and unadjusted. He is then in a state of discontent and spreads discontent all around him. Sometimes the man's relationship with the woman who has caught his anima accounts for the existence of his syndrome. The anima, as I have remarked elsewhere, has not escaped the attention of scholars. There are excellent descriptions of her, which at the same time tell us about the symbolic context in which the archetype is usually embedded. I give first place to Mother Agnes' novel She, The Return of She, and was his daughter and Benoit's El Atlantide. Benoit was accused of plagiarizing Rider Haggard because the two accounts are disconcertingly alike, but it seems he was able to acquit himself of his charge. Spitler's Prometheus contains some very subtle observations too, and his novel Immortal gives an admirable description of projection. The questions of Fahrenheit is a problem that cannot be disposed of in a few words. It was not my intention to deal with it, but I would like to outline my point of view. Younger people who have not yet reached the middle of life, around the age of 35, can bear even the total loss of the anima without injury. The important thing at this stage is for a man to be a man. The growing youth must be able to free himself from the anima fascination of his mother. There are exceptions, notably artists, where the problem often takes a different turn. Also homosexuality, which is usually characterized by identity with the animal. In the recognized frequency of this phenomenon, its interpretation as a pathological perversion is
2, 1.
The psychological findings show that it is hermaphroditic archetype, coupled with a distinct resistance to identify with the role of a one-sided sexual being. Such a disposition should not be adjudged negative in all circumstances, insofar as it preserves the archetype of the original man, which a one-sided sexual being has, up to the point, lost. After the middle of life, however, permanent loss of the animal means a diminution of vitality, of flexibility, and of human kindness. The result, as a rule, is premature rigidity, crustiness, stereotyping, fanatical one-sidedness, obstinacy, pedantry, or else resignation, weariness, sloppiness, irresponsibility, and finally a childish ramollissement with a tendency to alcohol. After middle life, therefore, the connection with the archetypal sphere of experience should, if possible, be re-established. 2. Psychological aspects of the mother archetype. First published as a lecture, Die psychologischen Aspekte des Mutterarchetypus in Eranos Jahrbuch 1938. Later revised and published von den Wurzeln des Bewusstseins, Zürich 1954. The present translation is of the latter, but it is also based partially on a translation of the 1938 version by Harry F. Baines and Jimena de Angelo, privately issued in Spring, New York, 1943. Editors. 1. On the concept of the archetype. The concept of the Great Mother belongs to the field of comparative religion and embraces wide and varying types of Mother Goddess. The concept itself is of no immediate concern to psychology, because the image of a Great Mother in this form is rarely encountered in practice, and then only under very special conditions. The symbol is obviously a derivative of the Mother archetype. If we venture to investigate the background of the Great Mother image from the standpoint of psychology, then the Mother archetype, as the more inclusive of the two, must form the basis of our discussion. Though lengthy discussion of the concept of an archetype is hardly necessary at this stage, some preliminary remarks of a general nature may not be out of place. In former times, despite some dissenting opinion and the influence of Aristotle, it was not too difficult to understand Plato's conception of the idea as supraordinate and pre-existent to all phenomena. Archetype, far from being a modern term, was already in use before the time of St. Augustine, and was synonymous with idea in the Platonic usage. When the Corpus Hermeticum, which probably dates from the 3rd century, describes God as to archetypos ouls, archetypal life, it expresses the idea that he is the prototype of all life, that is to say, pre-existent and superordinate to the phenomenon light. Were I a philosopher, I should continue in this Platonic strain and say, somewhere in a place beyond the skies. There is a prototype or primordial image of the mother that is pre-existent and supraordinate to all phenomena in which the eternal, in the broadest sense of the term, is manifest. But I am an empiricist, not a philosopher. I cannot let myself presuppose that my peculiar temperament, my own attitude to intellectual problems, is universally valid. Apparently, this is an assumption in which only the philosopher may indulge, who always takes it for granted that his own disposition and attitude are universal, and will not recognize the fact, if he can avoid it, that his personal equation conditions his philosophy.
Red scores.
As an empiricist, I must point out that there is a temperament which regards ideas as real entities and not merely as nominal. It so happens, by the merest accident, I might say, that for the past 200 years we have been living in an age in which it has become unpopular or even unintelligent to suppose that ideas could be anything but nominal. Anyone who continues to think as Plato did must pay for his anachronism by seeing the supracelestial, i.e., metaphysical, essence of an idea relegated to the unverifiable realm of faith and superstition, or charitably left to the poet. Once again, in the age-old controversy over universals, the nominalistic standpoint has triumphed over the realistic, and the idea has evaporated into a mere flatus vocis. This change was accompanied, and indeed, to a considerable degree caused, by the marked rise of empiricism, the advantages of which were only too obvious to the intellect. Since that time, the idea is no longer something a priori, but is secondary and derived. Naturally, the new nominalism promptly claimed universal validity for itself, in spite of the fact that it, too, is based on a definite and limited thesis made by Temple. This thesis runs as follows. We accept as valid anything that comes from outside and can be verified. The ideal instance is verification by experiment. The antithesis is, we accept as valid anything that comes from inside and cannot be verified. The hopelessness of this position is obvious. Greek natural philosophy, with its interest in matter, together with Aristotelian reasoning, has achieved a belated but overwhelming victory over Plato. Yet every victory contains the germ of future defeat. In our own day, signs foreshadowing a change of attitude are rapidly increasing. Significantly enough, it is Kant's doctrine of categories, more than anything else, that destroys in embryo every attempt to revive metaphysics in the old sense of the word, but at the same time paves the way for a rebirth of the Platonic spirit. If it be true that there can be no metaphysical transcendent human reason, it is no less true that there can be no empirical knowledge that is not already taught and limited by the a priori structure of cognition. During the century and a half that have elapsed since the appearance of the critique of pure reason, the conviction has gradually gained ground that thinking, understanding, and reasoning cannot be regarded as independent processes, subject only to the eternal laws of logic, but that they are psychic functions coordinated with the personality and subordinate to it. We no longer ask, has this or that been seen, heard, handled, weighed, counted, thought, and found to be logical? We ask instead, who saw, heard, or thought? Beginning with the personal equation in the observation and measurement of minimal processes, this critical attitude has gone on to the creation of an empirical psychology, such as no time before hours is known. Today we are convinced that in all fields of knowledge, psychological premises exist which exert a decisive influence on the choice of material, the method of investigation, the nature of the conclusions, and the formulation of hypotheses and theories. We have even noticed that Kant's personality is a decisive conditioning factor of his critique of pure reason. Not only are philosophers, but but our own predilections in philosophy, and even what we are fond of calling our best truths are affected, if not dangerously undermined by this recognition of a personal premise. All creative freedom, we cry out, is taken away from us. What? Can it be possible that a man only thinks or says or does what he himself is? Provided that we do not again exaggerate and so fall a victim to unrestrained psychology. It seems to me that the critical standpoint here defined is inescapable. It constitutes the essence, origin, and method of modern psychology. There is an a priori factor in all human activities, namely inborn, preconscious, and unconscious individual structure of the psyche. The preconscious psyche, for example, that of a newborn infant, is not an empty vessel into which, under favorable conditions, practically anything can be poured. On the contrary, it is a tremendously complicated, sharply defined individual entity which appears indeterminate to us only because we cannot see it directly. But the moment the first visible manifestations of psychic life begin to appear, one would have to be blind not to recognize their individual character. That is, their unique personality. It is hardly possible to suppose that all these details come into being only at the moment in which they appear. When it is a case of morbid predispositions already present in the parents, we infer hereditary transmission through the germ plasm. It would not occur to us to regard epilepsy in the child of an epileptic mother as an unaccountable mutation. Again, we explain by heredity the gifts and talents which can be traced back through whole generations. We explain in the same way the reappearance of complicated instinctive actions in animals that have never set eyes on their parents, and therefore could not possibly have been taught by them. Nowadays, we have to start with the hypothesis that, so far as predisposition is concerned, there is no essential difference between man and all other creatures. Like every animal, he possesses a performed psyche which breeds true to his species, and which, on closer examination, reveals distinct features traceable to family antecedents. We have not the slightest reason to suppose that there are certain human activities or functions that could be exempted from this rule. We are unable to form any idea of what those dispositions or aptitudes are which make instinctive actions in animals possible. And it is just as impossible for us to know the nature of the preconscious psychic disposition that enables a child to react in a human manner. We can only suppose that his behavior results from patterns of functioning, which I have described as images. The term image is intended to express not only the form of the activity taking place, but the typical situation in which the activity is released. These images are primordial images insofar as they are peculiar to whole species, and if they ever originated, their origin must have coincided at least with the beginning of the species. They are the human quality of the human being, the specifically human form his activities take. This specific form is hereditary and is already present in the germ plasm. The idea that it is not inherited but comes into being in every child anew would be just as preposterous as the primitive belief that the sun which rises in the morning is a different sun from that which set the evening before. Since everything psychic is preformed, this must also be true of individual functions, especially those which derive directly from the unconscious predisposition. The most important of these is creative fantasy. In the products of fantasy, the primordial images are made visible, and it is here that the concept of the archetype finds its specific application. I do not claim to have been the first to point out this fact. The honor belongs to Plato. The first investigator in the field of ethnology to draw attention to the widespread occurrence of certain elementary ideas was Adolf Bastian. Two later investigators, Hubert and Maus, followers of Durkheim, speak of categories of imagination, and it was no less an authority than Hermann Kurzweil who first recognized unconscious pre-formation under the guise of unconscious thinking. If I have any share in these discoveries, it consists in my having shown that archetypes are not disseminated only by tradition, language, and migration, but that they can re-arise spontaneously at any time, at any place, and without any outside influence. The far-reaching implications of this statement is not to overlook, for it means that there are present in every psyche forms which are unconscious but nonetheless active, living dispositions, ideas in the Platonic sense that perform and continually influence our thoughts and feelings and actions. Again and again, we encounter the mistaken notion that an archetype is determined in regard to its content. In other words, that it is a kind of unconscious idea, if such an expression be admissible. It is necessary to point out once more that archetypes are not determined as regards their content, but only as regards their form. A primordial image is determined as to its content only when it is unconscious and the material of conscious experience. Its form, however, as I have explained elsewhere, might perhaps be compared to the axial system of a crystal, which, as it were, informs the crystalline structure of the liquid, although it has no material existence of its own. This first appears according to the specific way in which the ions and molecules aggregate. The archetype in itself is empty and purely formed, nothing but a facultas preformandi, a possibility of representation which is given a priori. The representations themselves are not inherent, only the forms, and in that respect they correspond in every way to the instincts, which are also determined in form only. The existence of the instincts can no more be proved than the existence of the archetypes, so long as they do not manifest themselves concretely. With regard to the definiteness of the form, our comparison with the crystal is illuminating inasmuch as the axial system determines only the stereometric structure but not the concrete form of the individual crystal. This may be either large or small, and it may vary endlessly by reason of the different size of its planes or by the growing together of two crystals. The only thing that remains constant is the axial system, or rather, the invariable geometric proportions underlying it. The same is true of the archetype. In principle, it can be named as an invariable increase of meaning, but always only in principle, never as regards its concrete manifestation. In the same way, the specific appearance of the mother image at any given time cannot be reduced from the mother archetype alone, but depends on innumerable other factors. 2. The mother archetype. Like any other archetype, the mother archetype appears under an almost infinite variety of aspects. I mention here only some of the more characteristic. First in importance are the personal mother and grandmother, stepmother and mother-in-law. Then any woman with whom a relationship exists, for example, a nurse or governess, perhaps a remote ancestress. Then there are what might be termed mothers in a figurative sense. To this category belongs the goddess, and especially the mother of God, the Virgin, and so forth. Mythology offers many variations of the mother archetype, as for instance the mother who appears as the maiden in the myth of Demeter and Kor, or the mother who is also the beloved, as in the Cyclexatus myth. Other symbols of the mother in a figurative sense appear in things, representing the goal of our longing for redemption, such as paradise, the kingdom of God, the heavenly kingdom. Many things arousing devotion or feelings of awe, as for instance the church, university, city, or country, heaven, earth, the woods, the sea, or any still waters, matter even, can be mother symbols. The archetype is often associated with things and places standing for fertility and fruitfulness. The cornucopia, a plowed field, a garden. It can be attached to a rock, a cave, a tree, a spring, a deep well, or to various vessels such as the baptismal font, or to vessel-shaped flowers like the rose or the lotus. Because of the protection it implies, the magic circle or mandala can be a form of mother archetype. Hollow objects such as ovens and cooking vessels are associated with the mother archetype. And of course, the uterus, yoni, and anything of a like shape. Added to this list, there are many animals, such as the cow, hare, and helpful animals in general. All these symbols can have a positive, favorable meaning or a negative, evil meaning. An ambivalent aspect is seen in the goddesses of fate, Moira, Grave, Norns. Evil symbols are the witch, the dragon, or any devouring entity, such as a large fish, the serpent, the grave, the sarcophagus, deep water, death, nightmares and bogies, Impusa, Lilith, etc. This list is not, of course, complete. It presents only the most important features of the mother archetype. The qualities associated with it are maternal solicitude and sympathy, the magic authority of the female, the wisdom and spiritual exaltation that transcend reason, any helpful instinct or impulse, all that is benign, all that cherishes and sustains, that fosters growth and fertility. The place of magic transformation and rebirth, together with the underworld and its inhabitants, are presided over by the mother. On the negative side, the mother archetype may connote anything secret, hidden, dark, the abyss, the world of the dead, anything that devours, seduces, and poisons, that is terrifying and unescapable like fate. All these attributes of the mother archetype have been fully described and documented in my book, Symbols of Transformation. There I formulated the ambivalence of these attributes as the loving and the terrible mother. Perhaps the historical example of the dual nature of the mother most familiar to us is the Virgin Mary, who is not only the Lord's mother, but also, according to the medieval allegories, his cross. In India, the loving and terrible mother is the paradoxical Kali. Sankhya philosophy has elaborated the mother archetype into the concept of prakriti, matter, and assigned to it the three gunas or fundamental attributes, sattva, rajas, tamas, goodness, passion, and darkness. These are three essential aspects of the mother: cherishing and nourishing goodness, her orgiastic emotionality, and her Stygian depth. The special feature of the philosophical myth, which shows Prakriti dancing before Purusha in order to remind him of discriminating knowledge, does not belong to the mother archetype, but to the archetype of the anima, which in a man's psychology invariably appears, at first, mingled with the mother image. Although the figure of the mother as it appears in folklore is more or less universal, this image changes markedly when it appears in the individual psyche. In treating patients, one is at first impressed, and indeed arrested, by the apparent significance of the personal mother. This figure of the personal mother looms so large in all personalistic psychologies that, as we know, they never got beyond it, even in theory, to other important etiological factors. My own view differs from that of other medico-psychological theories, principally in that I attribute to the personal mother only a limited etiological significance. That is to say, all those influences which the literature describes as being exerted on the children do not come from the mother herself, but rather from the archetype projected upon her, which gives her a mythological background and invests her with authority and numinosity. The etiological and traumatic effects produced by the mother must be divided into two groups. One, those corresponding to traits of character or attitudes actually present in the mother, and two, those referring to traits which the mother only seems to possess, the reality being composed of more or less fantastic, archetypal projections on the part of the child. Freud himself had already seen that the real etiology of neuroses does not lie in economic effects, as he had first suspected, but in a peculiar development of infantile fantasy. This is not to deny that such a development can be traced back to disturbing influences emanating from the mother. I myself make it a rule to look first for the cause of infantile neuroses, as I know from experience that a child is much more likely to develop neurotically, and that in the great majority of cases, definite causes of disturbances can be found in the parents, especially in the mother. The contents of the child's abnormal fantasies can be referred to the personal mother only in part, since they often contain clear and unmistakable illusions which could not possibly have reference to human beings. This is especially true where references to pathological products are concerned, as is frequently the case in infantile phobias where the mother may appear as a wild beast, a witch, a specter, an ogre, a hermaphrodite, and so on. It must be borne in mind, however, that such fantasies are not always of unmistakably mythological origin, and even if they are, they may not always be rooted in the unconscious archetype, but may have been occasioned by fairy tales or accidental remarks. A thorough investigation is therefore indicated in each case. For practical reasons, such an investigation cannot be made so readily with children as with adults, who almost invariably transfer their fantasies to the physician during treatment. Or, to be more precise, the fantasies are projected upon them automatically. When that happens, nothing is gained by brushing them aside as ridiculous. The archetypes are among the inalienable assets of every psyche. They form the treasure in the realm of shadowy thoughts, of which Kant spoke, and of which we have ample evidence in the countless treasure motifs of mythology. An archetype is in no sense just an annoying prejudice. It becomes so only when it is in the wrong place. In themselves, archetypal images are among the highest values of the human psyche. They have peopled the heavens of all races from time immemorial. To discard them as valueless would be a distinct loss. Our task is not, therefore, to deny the archetype, but to dissolve the projections in order to restore their contents to the individual who has involuntarily lost them by projecting them outside himself. 3. The mother complex.
1.
The mother archetype forms the foundation of the so-called mother complex. It is an open question whether a mother complex can develop without the mother having taken part in its formation as a demonstrable causal factor. My own experience leads me to believe that the mother always plays an active part in the origin of the disturbance, especially in infantile neuroses or in neuroses whose etiology undoubtedly dates back to early childhood. In any event, the child's instincts are disturbed, and this constellates archetypes which, in their turn, produce fantasies that come between the child and its mother as an alien and often frightening element. Thus, if the children of an over-anxious mother regularly believe that she is a terrifying animal or a witch, these experiences point to a split in the child's psyche that predisposes them to neurosis, either mother complex or the son.
1.
The effects of the mother complex differ according to whether it appears in a son or a daughter. Typical effects on the son are homosexuality and Don Juanism, and sometimes also impotence. In homosexuality, the son's entire heterosexuality is tied to the mother in an unconscious form. In Don Juanism, he unconsciously seeks his mother in every woman he meets. The effects of a mother complex on the son may be seen in the ideology of the Cybele-Hades type, self-castration, madness, and early death. Because of the difference in sex, a son's mother complex does not appear in pure form. This is the reason why in every masculine mother complex, side by side with the mother archetype, a significant role is played by the image of the man's sexual counterpart, the anima. The mother is the first woman for the man to be rose in contact. She cannot help playing, overtly, covertly, consciously, or unconsciously upon the son's masculinity, just as the son in his turn grows increasingly aware of his mother's femininity, or unconsciously responds to it by instinct. In the case of the son, therefore, the simple relationships of identity or of resistance and differentiation are continually cut across by erotic attraction or repulsion, which complicates matters very considerably.
2,
I do not mean to say that for this reason the mother complex of a son ought to be regarded as more serious than that of a daughter. The investigation of these complex psychic phenomena is still in the pioneer stage. Comparisons will not become feasible until we have some statistics at our disposal, and of these, so far, there is no sign. Only in the daughter is the mother complex clear and uncomplicated. Here we have to do either with an overdevelopment of feminine instincts indirectly caused by the mother, or with a weakening of them to the point of complete extinction. In the first case, the preponderance of instinct makes the daughter unconscious of her own personality. In the latter, the instincts are projected upon the mother. For the present, we must content ourselves with the statement that in the daughter, a mother complex either unduly stimulates or else inhibits the feminine instinct, and that in the son, it injures the masculine instinct through an unnatural sexualization. Since a mother complex is a concept borrowed from psychopathology, it is always associated with the idea of injury and illness. But if we take the concept out of its narrow psychopathological setting into a wider connotation,
teams are tied.
It has positive effects as well. Thus, a man with a mother complex may have a finely differentiated eros instead of, or in addition to, homosexuality. Something of this sort is suggested by Plato as symposium. This gives him a great capacity for friendship, which often creates ties of astonishing tenderness between men, and may even rescue friendship between the sexes from the limbo of the impossible. He may have good taste and aesthetic sense which are fostered by the presence of. Then he may be supremely gifted as a teacher because of his almost feminine insight and tact. He is likely to have a feeling for history, and to be conservative in the best sense and cherish the values of the past. Often he is endowed with a wealth of religious feelings, which help to bring the ecclesia spiritualis into reality, and a spiritual receptivity which makes him responsive to revelation. In the same way, what in its negative aspect is Don Juanism can appear positively as bold and resolute manliness, ambitious striving after the highest goals, opposition to all stupidity, narrow-mindedness, injustice, and laziness, willingness to make sacrifices for what is regarded as right, sometimes greater than heroism, perseverance, inflexibility, and toughness of will, a curiosity that does not shrink from the riddles of the universe, and finally, a revolutionary spirit which strives to put a new face upon the world. All these possibilities are reflected in the mythological motifs enumerated earlier as different aspects of the mother archetype, as I have already dealt with the mother complex of the son, including the anima complication, elsewhere, and my present theme is the archetype of the mother. In the following discussion, I shall relegate masculine psychology to the background. 2. The mother complex of the daughter. A. Hypertrophy of the maternal element. We have noted that in the daughter, the mother complex leads either to a hypertrophy of the feminine side or to its atrophy. The exaggeration of the feminine side means an intensification of all female instincts, above all the maternal instinct. The negative aspect is seen in the woman whose only goal is childbirth. To her, the husband is obviously of secondary importance. He is first and foremost the instrument of procreation, and she regards him merely as an object to be looked after, along with children, poor relations, cats, dogs, and household furniture. Even her own personality is of secondary importance. She often remains entirely unconscious of it, for her life is lived in and through others, with more or less complete identification with all the objects of her care. First she gives birth to the children, and from then on she clings to them, for without them she has no existence whatsoever. Like the leader, she compels the gods by her stubborn persistence to grant her the right of possession over her daughter. Her eros develops exclusively as a maternal relationship while remaining unconscious as a personal one. An unconscious eros always expresses itself as will to power. Women of this type, though continually living for others, are, as a matter of fact, unable to make any sacrifice. Driven by a ruthless will to power and a fanatical insistence on their own maternal rights, they often succeed in annihilating not only their own personality, but also the personal lives of their children. The less conscious such a mother is of her own personality, the greater and more violent is her unconscious will to power. For many such women, Balbo rather than Demeter would be the appropriate symbol. The mind is not cultivated for its own sake, but usually remains its original condition, altogether primitive, unrelated, and ruthless. It also is true, and sometimes as profound, as nature herself. She herself does not know this, and is therefore unable to appreciate the wittiness of her mind, or to marvel philosophically at its profundity. Like as not, she will immediately forget what she has said. B. Overdevelopment of eros. It by no means follows that the complex induced in a daughter by such a mother must necessarily result in hypertrophy of the maternal instinct. Quite the contrary, this instinct may be wiped out altogether. As a substitute, an overdeveloped eros results, and this almost invariably leads to an unconscious incestuous relationship with the father. The intensified eros places an abnormal emphasis on the personality of others. Jealousy of the mother and the desire to outdo her become the leitmotifs of subsequent undertakings, which are often disastrous. A woman romantic and sensational episodes for her own sake, and is interested in married men, less for themselves than for the fact that they are married, and so give her an opportunity to wreck marriage, that being the whole point of her maneuver. Once the goal is attained, her interest evaporates for lack of any maternal instinct, and then it will be someone else's turn. This type is known as remarkable unconsciousness. Such women really seem to be utterly blind to what they are doing, which is anything but advantageous either for themselves or for their victims. I need hardly point out that for men of a passive eros, this type offers an excellent hook for anima projection. C. Identity with the mother. Yet a mother complex in a woman does not produce an overdeveloped eros. It leads to identification with the mother and to paralysis of the daughter's feminine initiative. A complete projection of her personality onto the mother then takes place, owing to the fact that she is unconscious both of her maternal instinct and of her eros. Everything which reminds her of motherhood, responsibility, personal relationships, and erotic demands arouses feelings of inferiority and compels her to run away. To her mother, naturally, who lives to perfection everything that seems unattainable to her daughter. As a sort of superwoman, admired involuntarily by the daughter, the mother lives out for her beforehand all that the girl might have lived for herself. She is content to cling to her mother in selfless devotion, while at the same time unconsciously striving, almost against her will, to tyrannize over her, naturally under the mask of complete loyalty and devotion. The daughter leads a shadow existence, often visibly sucked dry by her mother, and she prolongs her mother's life by a sort of continuous blood transfusion. These bloodless maidens are by no means immune to marriage. On the contrary, despite their shadowiness and passivity, they command a high price in marriage. First, they are so empty that a man is free to impute to them anything he fancies. In addition, they are so